dream in a dive bar, dream in a rusted out truck down in Wichita, dream in a cow pasture cemetery dollar store, dream in a big city and in a civil war. I could dream all day and I could go all night. Well, I could dream in a honky-tonk and in a leaky tent, dream away the madness, sleeping through the internet, dream about horses, falling dominoes, dream about a blackjack table up in Buffalo, dream up and down and side to side. Don't wake me up, I ain't up for that. The way this world is going, ain't where I'm at. And sooner or later we'll all be dead, and I'd rather be living up in my head. So don't wake me up, I ain't up for that. Like a dream in a factory and in a liquor store, dream in a bowling alley laid out on the floor, dream at the Claremont Lounge in Atlanta, dream in a graveyard down in Savannah. I could dream with my eyes closed or open wide. I could dream in a trailer park, in a subdivision, dream away the politicians screaming on my television, dream at a Waffle House in Kentucky, dreaming of bad luck even when I'm lucky. I could dream in color and black and white. Don't wake me up, I ain't up for that. The way this world is going, ain't where I'm at. And sooner or later we'll all be dead, and I'd rather be living up in my head. So don't wake me up, I ain't up for that. Yeah, boy. I could dream in a snowstorm, stuck out in Bozeman, dream in the trunk tank, keeping while I'm buzzing, dream in a cantina, rodeo, music hall, dream in a truck stop, Midwest strip mall. I could dream inside out and backwards too. Well, I could dream in French, I could dream in Spanish, I could dream with the subtitles on in Japanese, dream in a dojo somewhere down in Tokyo, a two-star sushi bar, listen to the radio. I could dream in a subway car at the end of the line. Don't wake me up, I ain't up for that. The way this world is going, ain't where I'm at. And sooner or later we'll all be dead, and I'd rather be living up in my head. So don't wake me up, I ain't up for that. Don't wake me up, I ain't up for that. I ain't up for that. Ain't up for that.
All right. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Indy After Dark. I am here with Bran, and that was an amazing song by Margot Price featuring Jesse Wells, Don't Wake Me Up. Really like both artists, and I hope you guys enjoyed that one. I thought it was a good kickoff to the stream tonight. Tonight is flipped, so we are having conversation first, and then we will have open mic music around 11 p.m. Eastern. The link is pinned at the top of the chat if anybody wants to come up to join us for conversation, which I hope some people will. We will probably pull up a video here to kind of get things started until people can come and join us on the panel. But there's a lot going on in the world. I don't know, lots to talk about per usual. We'll see which way you guys want to kind of take things. You know, there's so much going on. I feel like some people are getting kind of talked out about a lot of the politics and current events. But I think it's important to keep talking about some of these things and sort of bounce ideas off each other. So I hope more of you will come and join us up here on panel. Thanks to everybody who's come in, and I appreciate you guys all being here. If you want to share this out on your post tab, I would appreciate it. That way we can get some more faces in here and more people to pitch in on the conversation and listen to the music. All right. Good to see you guys all. Thank you, Snooks, for sharing links for everybody, and to my other mods as well for helping out. I appreciate you all. Oh, I like that. All we need to do is keep talking. Pink Floyd. Great quote, JM. That's kind of where my mind goes, at least. The more we talk, the more we can figure it out together. All right. Bon, good to see you. Billy. Let's see. Might as well shout people out for a little bit. Tate, much love to you. Camo Carl, good to see you here. Ozark, much love. Let's see. I'm scrolling back up. John Denicola, good to see you. I saw Ricky said he'll be back. And appreciate if I missed anybody. Cheryl, much love to you. Appreciate everybody coming in. Rachel, glad you're here. Okay. All right. I think we'll go ahead and pull up a video. I do have quite a few we can show if people don't come up to talk, and we can kind of just talk as a chat. That works too. All right, so this first one, I'm playing this one. I don't know that I necessarily agree with all of it, but I thought it was a good conversation starter, and it does tie in some ideas that I've had for a while that I kind of see, I tend to think are coming to fruition. This is the Jimmy Dore show, and he's talking about mass deportation, and he has a guest on that makes some interesting points. And you know, I've talked about the mRNA biotracking that Trump is pushing, and it's one of my biggest red flags about Trump and what's going on with this administration. There are so many things that I see that I agree with, but then there's things like this that I just really don't. And I also agree with having a closed border and the deportation of illegal immigrants. But this was just a little bit of a different perspective. So here we go.
Police state, in my opinion, using the scapegoat of the immigrant, because nobody just volunteers for a police state because no one wants to live in one. You have to convince people that they have to live in one. Welcome to the Jimmy Dore Show, everybody. Keaton and Russ from Due Dissidence here for Jimmy while he is on the road. It's on Toronto, July 17th, Red Bank, New Jersey on the 18th, Northampton, Massachusetts on the 19th, Concord, New Hampshire on the 20th. Go to jimmydore.com for tickets. All right, folks, let's talk a little bit about this ICE expansion. Obviously, the big, beautiful bill gave a lot of funding to ICE, and they are taking advantage here. ICE declares millions of undocumented immigrants ineligible for bond hearings. A memo from the agency's acting director instructs officers to hold immigrants who entered the country illegally for the duration of their removal proceedings, which can take months or even years. The Trump administration has declared that immigrants who arrived in the United States illegally are no longer eligible for a bond hearing as they fight deportation proceedings in court, according to documents reviewed by the Washington Post. In a July 8th memo, Todd M. Lyons, acting director of ICE, told officers that such immigrants should be detained for the duration of their removal proceedings, which can take months or years. Lawyers say the policy will apply to millions of immigrants who crossed the U.S.-Mexico border over the past few decades, including under the Biden administration. In the past, immigrants residing in the U.S. interior generally have been allowed to request a bond hearing before an immigration judge. But Lyons wrote that the Trump administration's Departments of Homeland Security and Justice had revisited its legal position on detention and release authorities and determined that such immigrants may not be released from ICE custody. In rare exceptions, immigrants may be released on parole, but that decision will be up to an immigration officer, not a judge, he wrote. So in case you're confused, what's the difference between an immigration officer and a judge? Here is Ron DeSantis clearing that up in advance of the Alligator Alcatraz opening.
Immigration judge. These are not Article 3 This idea of immigration judge, these are not Article 3 judges. They're not federal judges like we think of. These are executive branch employees who are called immigration judges. So you can have you can deputize different employees to do that. So we've offered some of our National Guardsmen to be able to serve as immigration judges. So what you could have is, okay, someone's a criminal alien, they obviously fast track. Someone has an order of deportation, okay, fast track. Someone may have just gotten picked up. They come, they can get like a notice to appear. Biden would tell you to come in 2 years. I mean, under the Trump administration, it's usually within, 14 to 30 days. But we can have our National Guard acting as immigration judges right on site. So you go, maybe you have a day or two, whatever, and then a decision's made, and then that's it. So this is potentially be a force multiplier.
Okay, so a lot of these immigration officials or immigration judges are not judicial branch judges the way we think. That's what Ron DeSantis says here. And he also says there, speaking of the Alligator Alcatraz jail, that there are different distinctions between certain people who are held there, including criminals, which he said, but also people who have removal orders and people who are just picked up. So this idea that they are distinguishing between violent criminals and only going after the worst of the worst and locking them up indefinitely in these ICE centers is wrong by their own admission. I mean, you just heard it right there from his mouth. So what you could have here are people who are detained, not charged with a crime, and held for God knows how long until they figure out where to put them. Now, hopefully, and I just say this hopefully just out of mercy for the people who end up in this situation, hopefully with all this investment, they'll figure this out quickly and get people moving quickly, because they're saying they hope to have capacity for 100,000 per day. So if they're trying to deport tens of millions, then you hope that they just don't have room to keep people for years. But they reserve that right. And certainly there are going to be some horror stories that result from this. The pattern here, folks, is that the immigration issue is being used as a pretext to build a police state. That's really what this is about. The sweeping new detention policy comes days after Congress passed the spending package that will allocate $45 billion over the next 4 years to lock up immigrants for civil deportation proceedings. The measure will allow ICE to roughly double the nation's immigrant detention capacity to 100,000 people a day. Since the memos were issued last week, the American Immigration Lawyers Association said members had reported that immigrants were being denied bond hearings in more than a dozen immigration courts across the United States, including in New York, Virginia, Oregon, North Carolina, Ohio, and Georgia. The Department of Justice oversees the immigration court. So this is not up to the states. It doesn't matter. Red state, blue state, doesn't matter, right? This is their way of putting in place nationwide a method of detaining even more people, said Greg Chen, Senior Director of Government Relations for the American Immigration Lawyers Association. It's requiring the detention of far more people without any real review of their individual circumstances. ICE said in a statement that the new policy, quote, closes a loophole in the nation's immigration laws and ensures that everyone who entered the United States without permission is treated equally. Okay, well, people should be treated equally in the sense that they all have equal rights under the law. But according to you guys, you weren't going to treat every case equally. What this says is we are applying a blanket approach to every case. I thought first you're targeting violent criminals. It makes sense that you have to detain violent criminals. They come into the country and they are committing violent crimes, and you have to keep them detained so they don't continue to commit violent crimes. That makes sense. But if someone is here on a civil immigration offense, do they have to be locked in a cage indefinitely? What if they're not charged with any crime? Isn't the whole point that you're supposed to distinguish between the worst of the worst and everyone else? I thought that was supposed to be the plan, although I never believed it, I must say. So this is a great article by a friend of the Jimmy Dore show. I know Derek Bros, and a friend of ours. He was on Misty Winston's show as well. So he runs a site called The Conscious Resistance. A great writer here. Trump's Big Brother bill expands the U.S. surveillance state. So like I said, this is just one element. This obviously just massive investment that they're making in building new jails and denying bond hearings so they can keep people in these jails as long as they want, more or less. This is part of a broader effort to beef up the surveillance state and the police state, in my opinion, using the scapegoat of the immigrant, because nobody just volunteers for a police state because no one wants to live in one. You have to convince people that they have to live in one because you need the police state to protect you from Group X. And now we have our Group X of the 2020s. Group X after September 11th was the Muslim man. Group X during the Trump era, or the first Trump era, was the white nationalist, right? They tried to say, I mean, that's a lot of what the January 6th crackdown was, right? And now here you have your next out group that justifies the beefing up of the surveillance state. So Derek writes, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, also known as House Resolution 1, gives more than $175 billion in immigration funding for 2025 alone. So that is ICE plus all of the other immigration enforcement related funding, subsidizing of state and local police departments and all kinds of other things besides ICE. All right, so 175 total for 2025. While opponents of illegal immigration may cheer this funding, we should take note that $30 billion is for digital modernization efforts involving AI and biometric surveillance. Immigration and Customs Enforcement will receive $2.5 billion specifically for AI systems, biometric data collection platforms, and digital case tracking. So I must ask, did you vote for this? Right? Maybe you voted for deportation. Did you vote for this? Under the heading U.S. Customs and Border Protection Technology, vetting activities, and other efforts to enhance border security, the bill gives $637 million for the deployment of technology relating to the biometric entry and exit system under Section 7208 of the Intelligence Reform and Terrorism Prevention Act of 2004. The section also states that the funds may only be used for the procurement of deployment of surveillance towers after they have been tested and accepted by U.S. Border Patrol. The mention of a biometric entry-exit system and surveillance towers is perfectly in line with the long-term plans of the U.S. government and Donald Trump during his first administration. In fact, I've argued, meaning Derek, the writer of the article, since Trump's election in 2016, that the issue of immigration would be used to divide the masses and help usher in the final stages of the American police state. So here is the video embedded in the tweet from the Last American Vagabond, who Derek works with as well. It will be by air, by land, and by sea, according to Trump. So that's not just immigrants. Welcome to your Freedom MAGA biometric tracking system. This was during the 2016 campaign. Simpler times. They found this video. This was posted 2 days before Inauguration Day this year. But here he is almost 10 years ago.
We will finally complete the biometric entry-exit visa tracking system, which we need desperately. For years, Congress has required biometric entry-exit visa tracking systems, but it has never been completed. The politicians are all talk, no action, never happens. Hillary Clinton, all talk. Unfortunately, when there is action, it's always the wrong decision. Do you ever notice? In my administration, we will ensure that this system is in place. And I will tell you, it will be on land, it will be on sea, it will be in air. We will have a proper tracking system.
Whitney Webb says, hope Trump supporters, this is again January 17th of this year, hope Trump supporters will soon catch on to how the virtual border wall being built by companies backed by Peter Thiel on Bilderberg's steering committee is meant to serve as a Trojan horse for digital ID by requiring not just foreigners entering the U.S., but any American traveling abroad to submit to a digital biometric entry-exit system. So, I think what happened here is that a lot of people saw that there was chaos at the border under Biden, and so they voted for mass deportations, thinking, well, this sounds kind of simple and the case seems kind of open and shut, right? If someone is here illegally, that means they're not supposed to be here. How can you possibly argue against taking them from where they're not supposed to be? and putting them in their home country where they are supposed to be, right? How could you argue against that? It's an open and shut case. It's simple, right? Except in reality, it's very often not that simple. What if you don't know exactly who the person is or where to send them? Then you got to find a place to send them, right? In the meantime, what do you got to do? You have to hold them, right? Because if they're not supposed to be here and you can't find where to put them, then you got to build the jail for them, right? So right there, you're talking about mass deportations. You can't have mass deportations at that point without mass incarceration, because
Right.
in order to figure out where these people are going, you need a place to keep them. And in the interim, they're going to be in jail. You can't have mass incarceration without a police state, because you need people to go out and grab
Right.
the people to put them in the jails before you figure out where to put them. So there's just no way to build a deportation machine without building an incarceration machine. And there's no way to build an incarceration machine without building a police state. So you can't
Right.
have mass deportations without a police state. And it seems, the more we look at it and the more we look into it, that really the mass deportations was the pitch that they made that seemed very simple. People signed up for it, and they took that as permission to go ahead and build their police state, which now, again, going back to the beginning of the show and my theory that maybe the DOJ decided, you know what, now that we got this big, beautiful bill passed, we can release a memo about the Epstein files, and that'll cause Trump to have a meltdown, and maybe we don't need him anymore because this is done now. It's done. They did it. They got their bill. ICE got their funding. They're building this. Palantir's got the contracts. The wheels are in motion. They don't need Donald Trump anymore. At this point, it's probably in their interest to force him out of office, get J.D. Vance a couple years under his belt so he runs with the incumbency advantage in 2028, as opposed to having to run with the baggage of this first Trump term. That's a theory, but that's as good as I can come up with. What's not so much speculation on my part, which I think is a little more well-founded than that, is that, yeah, this deportation thing was the propaganda that they fed you in order to justify building this massive techno police state, which now is under construction and getting done pretty quickly.
Well, hey, man, this is why I keep saying that wasn't no bullet, man. That was a McDonald's pack of ketchup slapped on his ear, man. It slapped on his ear. Come on. Isn't this the Bill Gates mark of the beast shit that so many people who voted for Trump are so worried about?
Yeah.
Right? They're going to get all tracked and biometrics. You're going to be living in Minority Report, man, where you're going to have little sensors on the street that can just pick your face out of a crowd and send the authorities after you. That's what this leads to. And when you look at what's happened with the military-industrial complex that Eisenhower warned of, he warned, hey, once these businesses are really dependent on war, they're going to own your government. You're never going to see an end to war. They're going to control your foreign policy. So what's going to happen when they build a police force and a detention infrastructure aimed right now at immigrants, and that situation resolves itself one way or the other? What do you think? They're just going to fire everybody? They're just going to defund it? They're just going to shut it down? No, man. Now you got a big business. Now that's going to represent a big part of the economy. You got to keep it going. How you going to keep it going? You got to find more and more reasons to arrest people. You got to find more and more reasons to arrest. Guess who they're going to arrest? You.
They'll get there eventually. I heard somebody make a point that I think is a good one. You know, we hear a lot about homelessness, right? The homeless could be next after the immigrants. That could be the next undesirable group, because unfortunately, thanks to this big, beautiful bill, there are likely to be a lot more of them by the time the immigrants are out of here, right? By the time they do their mass deportations, you're probably going to have a lot of people living on the street because they got thrown off of their healthcare rolls, or they went into medical bankruptcy and had to lose their house. Right. I mean, that's what you're looking at. You're looking at a population that is becoming economically more and more disempowered. We hear people, complaining about the homeless problem all day, every day. Even the Democrats, now they're admitting, oh, yeah, we let this get out of control. Well, you're going to have a lot of jails for homeless people in a few years. It's probably going to take a few years to get the immigrants out. Once they're out, the next group becomes the out group. That becomes the next scapegoat. They always have a scapegoat to trick you into living like slaves. Tucker said on his Turning Point speech, he says you have a right to question Epstein's connections to the Mossad because you're not a slave, you're a citizen. Well, doesn't feel like that. Doesn't feel like that so much. Doesn't feel, and it feels like that relationship to the state is very tenuous, very, very tenuous. So these are very serious times, and that's why I think it's important that people think about this immigration issue a bit more deeply, because it's an issue that on its surface is very cut and dry. Well, you crossed that line. You're not supposed to be on this side of the line. We got to get you back to your side of the line, and then good luck, live your life. It's not that simple. It's not that simple. It's a lot bigger than that. There are a lot more moving parts to it than that.
Look at these guys who tell you they mean you well. Pigman, Howard Lutnick.
Yeah.
Besant, George Soros's golden boy. You really think that they worry about what's going to happen to workers? What's going to happen to the middle class? Do you really think that concerns them? Right. Every single time they get asked about this, they can't help themselves. They tell the truth. As soon as they get asked, well, do you think we really have the labor force to man these factories? Immediately they start talking about AI and automation.
Right.
Workers are the last thing they start talking about. Lutnick, Pigman over there, he'll pitch a crackpot scheme about how there's going to be great jobs coming out of DeVry in robot maintenance.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Which at that point, if you're going to be making $150,000 maintaining the robots, why would they put in the robots?
Why would they build them? Right.
Why would they build them if they're going to have to pay that much to maintain them?
Right. Exactly. It's like, why would the Democrats create the Epstein files hoax and then not release the files?
And then not release them, right? When they had the chance.
Creating the hoax is that you can release the files. Yeah.
Hey, come see us on tour. We're going to be in Toronto, Red Bank.
Okay. Lots of great comments from the chat. Appreciate you all. Good to see everybody here also. Yeah, some thoughts I had, and you guys let me know what you're thinking too, but it made me think of how there was all the calls, in 2020, 2021 to defund the police. And then they refunded them with making them like much more militant. And I think that's a lot of what's going to be happening here with the ICE agents. I think that it's all moving towards a prison planet, to be honest. I think Blue, you had mentioned that in the chat. I do want to go back to some of the comments you guys made in the chat as well. What are your thoughts, JM and Bran? And JM, thanks for coming up and joining us.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. Yeah, it does consistently seem like we're living in like a 3 or 4 dimensional soap opera.
Right. Yeah.
But it's not just a soap opera. It's like the goalposts keep moving. It's like it's evolving as it goes. But sure enough, we know a lot of it's planned 3, 5, 10, maybe 15, 20 years in advance. Right. And then they just keep having to sort of calibrate it as we move. That's, my general statement on it.
Yeah, no, good call. Blue says Trump gave the police $80 million in surplus arms. Yeah, I did not know that. Really quickly, I want to shout out a couple of people who joined back up. OJ, thank you for being a member. 15th, thank you for being a member. Appreciate you both. Nuke, thank you for becoming a member. Glad you're here. All right, some of the comments that I had highlighted. Blue had pointed out that walls keep people in, not just out. And I've had that thought since they started, really talking about the Trump border wall, and then with all the limitations on travel, I think that, even right now, like supposedly you can't fly without a real ID. Truthfully, you can. You still need a passport in order to fly if you don't have a real ID, there's other like 6 forms, I think it is, of certification that can show that it's you. But that's, I think they're testing and pushing to see, if people are going to comply with that and accept it. But yeah, walls can definitely be keeping people in. I've said for a long time, I feel like they're building a Coliseum that's our entire country, and we're going to be the scapegoat for the world. But I hope I'm wrong. Yeah, and Blue says rounding up people is just fine as long as they're people I don't like, right? Yeah, and I think I was glad to see some people talking about this from a different perspective. Like I said, I am all for the deportation of illegal immigrants, but I do think that they're setting, it's kind of like how the Patriot Act, people were like, well, the Patriot Act isn't for me, I'm not doing anything wrong, so it doesn't matter if they're spying on me. And now we see with all of the data collection, we understand that that's not really accurate. There's other things that they can be using it for that are nefarious that we didn't understand. Most of us didn't understand back, in 2001 about the Patriot Act. But I think I feel like I've said this before, but I feel like each administration, I really do think they're mostly working together. And I think that each administration is like laying the groundwork for what the next administration is going to use. So we know what they wanted in those, what did they call them? What did Hillary Clinton say? The re-education camps was all of the MAGA supporters. I mean, she's even said the words. Seems like it, Blue. We'll kind of see how it goes, I guess. Right. And then OJ had said, let's usher in digital currency. And, I think that goes right along with all of this. I think it all ties in together. And I know, I don't want to just be pushing fear either, but I do think that we need to be keeping our eye on what's happening and trying to stay aware of what is going on, just like many of us did during COVID. And that saved us, many of us, from making choices we would have probably made differently otherwise. So I do think it's important to be aware. It also can help guide us to know what we need to do locally. Hey, Watt, thanks for coming up and joining us.
Good evening, everybody. Happy Friday. We made it.
Yeah.
Hey, Wattlife. And Brand, too, and everyone in the chat. Good to see everyone.
Yeah.
Good to see y'all.
So what are your thoughts, Watt?
I'm just getting here, so
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
We were talking about basically, like, it all ties together, but the money that's being spent on ICE agents and also on bio-tracking and, kind of under the guise of border security, if we're not ushering in a police state or laying the groundwork for it.
Oh, yeah,
Take care.
definitely.
Right. Hi, Camellia. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. Firefly, thank you for being here.
Now, on a
Hi,
positive note, Indy, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're okay.
I just wanted to quick mention that one of the family members, one of my customers' house, went with a bunch of her girlfriends down to Boston, Massachusetts last week, and said that they had a fantastic time. I asked all about it. We had a good conversation. And she said, it's amazing because when they came back, I'm in Canada. When they came back to cross back into Canada, they were the only car at the border crossing back. And like usually that's busy. And so I said to her, well, there you go. The Canadians that go down there, once they get that taste of freedom, they're not coming back.
That's funny.
But the point simply was, she said everyone was so friendly there and loving and sort of open arms to the neighbors up north. So that was very cool. Just wanted to mention
that is cool. No, I like that. I like some positivity. That's good. That is good. With all this is a different topic, but with everything going on with the Jeffrey Epstein, the list, if you want to call it that, but really, I don't think any of us care so much about a document as we care about there being accountability for the predators of young children. And if it was some kind of information grab, something that was organized, then prosecution for the people that were using children as the pawns in that kind of a game. But with all of that, I do think that there are more people that are starting to ask more questions that maybe weren't otherwise. Yeah, I agree, Silver Shelby. I think that's always the goal, is more control by the government. It says this bill is to steal more right away from us and more tracking to many people. And more tracking too. Many people are still asleep. Yeah. But I do think that more are waking up. I really do. Oh, awesome, Joe. I would love it if you can come up later for music. Hey, Wild. Good to see you here. Glad you're here. Welcome back, 15th. We have obviously conversation first tonight, so music will start around 11 p.m. Eastern. But you are more than welcome, musicians, to hang out for the conversation or even come up on panel. We've had a police state since Washington.
I saw a clip earlier today, and I guess it was Trump. He was talking about the big beautiful bill, and it was funny what he said. He said, "Yeah, there's a lot in there. There's something for everyone. Everyone's gonna get something. It's a lot." Thinking, wow.
Right. I remember him saying that. It was, yeah, sometimes I think he can say things that I think most of the things he says are intentionally said. I don't think that he says very many things without purpose behind them, even if they may seem like he's just rambling or he's saying things
or trolling or whatever it may be. Yeah.
Yeah. I think he chooses his words carefully. Right. The list. Yeah. I mean, I have not seen people kind of saying, yeah, we really should give up on the list. You know what I mean? Like I've seen people try to say that he's playing 5D chess and there's a purpose behind him, behind Trump saying all of this and doing all of this, which is on the surface, of course, so disappointing and infuriating and disgusting. But I've not seen anybody really who thinks that we should truly give up on the list. The only person I can think of, I don't know his name, but he was on a video that I played off the PBD podcast. And he seemed to me, honestly, like controlled opposition or something, because he was talking about how the only people who care about the Epstein list are losers who are like, basically he was saying keyboard warriors, but he didn't say that term. And he literally was calling people who care about finding out who these people are losers. It was infuriating the other guests. It was really kind of funny to watch because they were having the same reaction I would have had to him in person. But he's still sticking to that. So like I said, I don't know his name, but apparently he's one of the regulars on the PBD podcast. And that to me is disgusting. I don't think that people who aren't compromised would possibly believe that what's going on with Epstein doesn't matter, Oh, I don't know about that, Tate. Tate said he signed the Genius Act today. It's supposed to be a crypto dominance. Okay, well, crypto's definitely coming down the line. That's in the plans.
Wasn't it Ben Shapiro that was saying nobody wants or no one's interested in it anymore?
Oh, I have seen Ben Shapiro I don't know if Ben Shapiro, I do not watch Ben Shapiro. I used to watch him a little bit. I think he's controlled as well in one way, shape, or form. Oh, yeah. Or I just totally don't agree with him. Either way that goes. But no, but I have seen other people, even like Charlie Kirk kind of has come out and said, well, we need to kind of trust the people in positions of power and focus on what we can, which is kind of disappointing. Even that, I don't think we need to be giving Trump an inch on this or anybody an inch on it, But, is it possible they know that there's some plan in play that none of us have wrapped our minds around? I suppose so. Maybe. I'm not going to trust that, though. Wild says, one of the reasons why I want to keep public lands is to keep those wolves. Oh, the wolf saves. Yeah, I know how much you love the wolves there, Wild. My focus is more on people, but, I care about our animals, too. Yeah, I agree, Silver Shelby. I think, I don't, is Trump in the file? Yeah, we know Trump is in the file because we know that the sheriff from Florida had talked about how Trump had come forward as to give information without needing to get an injunction. They didn't have to force him to come in to testify. So the story is from the sheriff that he came in willingly and that he was the only one that they didn't have to, kind of twist their arm to get them to come in and give their information. So we know that at least his name would be in there for testimony purposes, but is he one of the people that was frequenting the island or, it wasn't just the island, Epstein had several different locations, including a ranch, I believe in Texas, but I'm not sure where that ranch was, but there was the ranch, there was the Wexler property in New York. There was the Epstein Island, of course. There was also a place in Florida. Like, he had multiple places. And from what I understand from stories from alleged victims and other things that have come out along the way, because a lot of information has come out along the way, including the flight logs, you know? So, I mean, you can find those. And it seems like there were people from across the board on that list. Was Trump one of the people who had victims? I don't know. There's some photos that seem to lead to that conclusion, but you just don't know for sure. And then I hear people say, well, if he was on the list and he really is guilty, then the left would have, skewered him with it by now. But if I'm right and they're really all in it together, even if not everybody, realizes it, that are like, even if the useful idiots don't all understand the bigger picture, then they wouldn't really use it on him. And also they couldn't if they're also compromised. It would all come out for them as well.
Well, I think there should also be a
Thank you,
differentiation between the list of people that went to the island versus the customer list, which is Ghislaine Maxwell's black book, right? To me, that black book, that is the list. That's the only thing that's important.
Well, I mean, I don't know for sure because, as far as I understand it, I thought the black, okay, wait, maybe I guess I didn't understand. Is the black book separate from the flight log? I thought they were one of the same.
So.
Yeah,
No, I think the flight log is like an official flight log that is integrated, with the airport, the control tower, and all that. So the pilot has to have, a flight log.
Good to see you, Frank.
So I think that's totally separate. And there could be very, very well innocent people on that list. But if they're in the customer list, which would be while Maxwell was booking appointments, whether, in quotes, it was for massages or whatever it was for,
right?
They were customers, right? And so if you're a customer of that operation, then yeah, you're guilty. Otherwise, why are you paying for those services?
Right.
But
I mean, I've heard the argument, like there were, maintenance personnel and employees of the island, like things like that, where people were on the flight logs that went there. So the flight list itself can't, and that people did go there for different business meetings and things like that too. But to me, it seems like it was a very well-known open secret. And so why would you even associate with someone like that if you knew? But sometimes people disappoint us, I mean, we don't have to look as far as Epstein to see assholes who are supported by different people for different reasons. So, some of us have morals and some don't.
I'm pretty sure most of the people that went to the island there are guilty, but you sure don't want to falsely accuse somebody,
right?
Or convict them without proof that they actually did something. Being on the island is not illegal, but it's the criminal activity that I think is important to bring down. But it's such a huge industry. I think a lot of people are being paid off to have that list withheld.
I agree. I think either paid off or they're compromised and they're being blackmailed. Okay, so 15 says, and I had heard this too. Ben Shapiro said, my sources have said there are no files and I trust them. When asked who his sources were, he replied, President Trump, Pam Bondi, and Kash Patel. Right. It's almost like the wraparound smear. Isn't that what they call it? The wrap-up smear?
Yeah.
That Pelosi talks about. They put it out there in the news and then they use the news article to prove that it's like they do it themselves. Yeah. Kind of like the Russian collusion hoax, I mean, it's kind of the same idea. I mean, they only have so many moves. It's just that they do them so often. I think it's almost like we don't believe what we're seeing,
Mm-hmm.
Appreciate everybody's comments. Yeah, I hope not Wild. I hope he's not on the list, but we'll see. Hey, Doc B, or hopefully we'll see. Hopefully we'll find out at some point. I'd heard that Trump has now said that he is going to release all of the files again, he said this. Has anybody else heard that? Like just yesterday, I'd heard it and then I couldn't find it again to find where if he'd actually said that.
What I heard today is he wants all of the court documents released, unredacted.
Okay. Okay, that's right.
It's
Yes.
the word. It's the wording that he used. If you just kind of listen to it, it says you would kind of think, yeah, everything's coming out, but the wording he used, you could tell that it's not going to be everything because
Yes.
he said whatever he said he wanted to release and whatever the courts deemed appropriate, and a couple other words he used that pretty much let you know that there's going to be a lot of things blocked out, if any.
Right. I think it was the grand jury testimony that you guys helped me remember. It was the grand jury testimony. But, even that I'm hoping that would give a lot of information. But if they're not trying to release it release the real information and they're saying, yeah, we're going to give you this, then that means even if it does get, even if we do get some names and some information from that, it's not going to be everybody. And why not? It should be everyone. Yeah. Linda Jean says, I think all of this is a distraction. If we all just got organized all over the world and focused on what we want, this whole thing would be over. Absolutely agree. Yeah. I do. I think that it's, I think that it is the free people of the world with God-given rights, whichever God you want to say gave them to you. We innately know that we have the rights in us. It's not, we don't need rights from anyone. And I don't think that's just in our country, that we're made equally. And so that's global. And it's the people, mostly the governments of the world, who are trying to take those rights from us. But, I think I believe in borders, and I believe that we do need to have border security. I think we need to govern on a smaller scale. I don't want us to be a global governance, but I think that people of the world have much more in common than we have that divides us, truly.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there are cultural differences, geographical differences, but most people, they just want to just go out, live their lives, provide for their families, and be left alone for the most part,
Absolutely, Michael.
It doesn't change no matter what part of the world you're in.
Yep. Yeah, I agree.
Well, and it's true too. Like when you look at the Olympics, they have the different Olympic communities that are built up.
Yeah.
And like all of these high-end athletes from all of these different nations getting along. There's hardly ever any issues at all. It's the leaders of the countries that can't seem to get their act together and work together.
Yeah.
Yeah. Metal says the fact that the list suddenly doesn't exist says everything we need to know. Right. I take that at that face value too, Metal. Absolutely. If you're talking about Trump, I already had enough red flags about him. This just is one more. But I also don't think that he says things without intention. So I think there is some purpose, whether it's a distraction, whether it was to make it so that the people on the left were calling for it to be called out. A lot more people want the list exposed because they think that Trump might be on it and he's trying to cover it up. So maybe there was strategy to it. I can see that there could be, but it doesn't matter. He has the ability to release it, and any delay on that means that there could be more victims by those same people who are running free. So I don't think there's any way that can be the best plan.
Yeah. It doesn't seem like good optics. You know what I mean? Either if he is or he isn't, just the optics of just the constant ping-ponging back and forth every day. One day it's coming, one day it's a hoax. The next day it doesn't exist. The next day it's coming, you know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, I agree. It's definitely not good optics. Hi, Midnight Blue.
I guess from a leadership standpoint, I guess you could say.
Mm-hmm. I've heard that, Wild. Yeah. Hey, Blackwatch. Good to see you. Yeah, I've heard a lot. I've heard a lot of different names that are on the list. I think there's some I've heard over and over again, that Bill Clinton, Kevin Spacey, Tom Hanks, to name a few, that are allegedly in Minecraft on the non-existent list. But yeah, I think a lot of world leaders, Prince Andrew, of course,
there's a lot of CEOs of major corporations around the world too.
Yes.
And so, if you start locking them up, you're going to have, and we mentioned this on I think it was on Steve's, and I said something about that. Like, you will have major financial and economic collapse if suddenly all these CEOs start getting rounded up. And I remember, Indy, you replied to that, screw the economy. We want justice.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, if that's what it takes for the house of cards to crumble, then it didn't have very good foundation to begin with,
Yeah, no, I agree. And I've seen people, somewhere I saw a meme, it said something like, like you're saying, JM, if exposing the list is going to bring down the United States, then the United States deserves to be brought down. And that's not what I hope for, but our government doesn't represent us anyway. So if it's going to be that all of our government and our false idols fall, so be it. It's not you and me that are on the list. It's not the average everyday person that's on the list. It's not we the people that are on that list. So let the people who need to fall, and let the rest of us stand up and take back our country. Oh, okay. Good to know. I get it.
Nice.
Yeah. I just still call myself Indy, but right there with you. That's fantastic. Yeah. Sorry to hear that, Blue. All right. What else are on people's minds? I mean, I don't know. Where do we want to go with things tonight?
Wherever you want to.
Well, let's see. I think what we'll go ahead and pull up next is just kind of more current new. Oh, wait, here we are. Yeah, let's go ahead. If you'll pull up the one by Undivided, Bran. This is a local, I've played her before. This is a local independent journalist. She had, I first started following her during the Chop and the Chaz, which was like a very pivotal time for me. It was when I was really learning a lot about the reality of the world. And yeah, wouldn't that be nice, Firefly? I mean, it's not like I have never told a lie in my life, but there are people who have told some pretty big whoppers that would be great if they weren't able to. Yeah, I agree, Ozark. But she ended up leaving the mainstream news. She was a local reporter and went out and is doing independent news. It's been really interesting to see her really starting to, I think get a bigger picture, like see more of the bigger picture. But anyway, she covers a lot of the local news, but then also international and national news, I should say. And this is a local story, but I thought it's something that people should be aware of just to see what's happening on the West Coast and, kind of behind enemy lines. And also, some things that might be coming back for some of you in the areas you're in. People are moving from these states all over the country. There's been a huge, like a mass exodus. For a while, you couldn't even get U-Hauls in Washington, Oregon, and California because so many people were moving away that all the U-Hauls were out of state and you couldn't get them here. Yeah. Yep. So anyway, okay, let's go ahead and play this video and then we can talk about it after.
Tim Hazelow has been convicted on 2 counts, including 1 felony. And this is a story we've been covering for months on the show. It's gotten national attention. Tim Hazelow is a Republican ballot observer in Island County, Washington, a county in Washington where he used to be the chair of the Republican Party. So he's a well-known Republican in the county, a well-known supporter of President Donald Trump. He was, during the days leading up to the November election in 2024, he was scheduled to be a ballot observer. Republicans and Democrats get to have individuals who are in there watching the ballot counting, just sort of a transparency thing. When he was removed by police, I mean, he certainly left on his own accord, but because he had refused to follow a rule in 2024 where he had to wear a mask, a COVID mask, while watching ballot counting. Here's the body camera footage of the moment Tim Hazelow was confronted by law enforcement.
Hey, how you doing, Mr. Miller?
What's your name?
Tim Hazelow.
Tim Hazelow?
Yeah, good to meet you.
Good to meet you.
Yeah.
Okay.
We've met before.
So, tell me what's going on here.
I'm just observing my civil rights as the observer,
Okay, but as I know, they made a policy that you wear a mask while you're in
which
here.
the RCW doesn't give them the authority
Okay,
to do so.
that's still a policy that's been set. You need to leave.
Are you
You've been
going to
asked
write
to
me a
leave by,
citation?
if I need to,
Then
let's go. The charge is disorderly conduct.
gotcha.
Okay, you have mandatory court appearance.
Okay.
Do you have any other questions for
No,
me? I'm going to
no.
ask you not to return here today.
I won't.
Or you can end up in jail.
I won't.
Okay.
Should I go sign out though?
What's that?
Because I have to sign in as an observer. Should I sign out?
I will escort you up there to sign out,
Okay.
and then you can be on
No,
your
that makes
way.
sense. Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
Based on that interaction, that man is now a convicted felon. A jury of his peers this afternoon convicting him on 2 counts, one of trespassing, and one using a state RCW that prohibits unlawful entry into an election center. Which, look, I understand why that RCW exists. We don't want people breaking into election centers or barging in the middle of ballot counting. That's not what Tim Hazelow did. I'm so passionate about this case and in doing a breaking update for you today because this is one of the worst cases of political prosecutions I've seen in the entire country. Why do I say it's politically motivated? Well, as we've covered, and I'm going to take you through all the insane layers of this story, it needs to be a national story. It needs to have national attention. He needs a better attorney for his appeal of this case, which we'll get to. But the reason, I think, for everyone who's become interested in this story, that the felony charge seems so egregious is it started as him being cited for disorderly conduct, which seemed insane. It was at least a misdemeanor, but it was insane. Like, nothing on that video looks like disorderly conduct. There's, of course, the issue of why was there a mask mandate in 2024 to watch ballot counting? But then the news came out about the elected prosecutor in Island County, Washington, and this is so important. So his name is Greg Banks. And not only did he decide to threaten Tim Hazelow with a felony if he didn't just plead guilty to a misdemeanor. Tim Hazelow said, I'm not pleading guilty, that's insane. Charged him with a felony. Not only did he decide to take it to trial, the elected prosecutor decided to personally prosecute this case, something he rarely ever does. And here's his background. Here's why it's so concerning. As we unveiled exclusively on this show, Greg Banks, the elected prosecutor, has a long history of anti-Trump animus and also wishing death on people who don't wear masks. Greg Banks has a history of comparing Trump supporters to Nazis, calling them racist bullies with a second-grade intellect, saying we need to cleanse the planet of their diseased thinking, wishing death on people who don't wear masks. This is the guy, the elected prosecutor, who decided to charge an election observer with a felony crime, a Republican election observer, with a felony crime for refusing to wear a COVID mask while watching ballots being counted. There's no way in hell this guy should have been allowed to try the case. He should have had to recuse himself. Months ago, we asked him why he wasn't recusing himself, given his disdain for Republicans, given his disdain for people who won't wear a mask. He called his old social media posts jokes, said he could absolutely separate his personal feelings about Trump supporters from this case. He clearly could not. There were other issues with this case. I mean, there are really a bunch of elements that I think of interest here. One, the fact that there was a mask mandate in 2024 for election observers is insane. But it was in place, right? And then you've got the fact that you have other people in the ballot counting area who also weren't wearing masks, but who weren't ultimately charged with felony crimes. We have the video evidence of this. The body cameras of the police officers. They're not wearing masks. I've got one of them holding a mask. Now, I don't think they should have to wear masks, but they are going in, and shame on them, frankly. I know they have to do their jobs, but for the love of God. They're going in to confront a guy for not wearing a mask while also not wearing masks. So how serious can the mask mandate be? And then, of course, there's the now infamous footage the day after Tim Hazelow was removed from this ballot counting center of the old man. Can you put that back up, Nicole? Of the old man sitting there actually counting ballots with no mask on. And we asked the auditor's office at the time, why isn't he wearing a mask? And why is he allowed to be in there when Tim Hazelow was removed by law enforcement And the answer we were given was he was drinking a beverage. This is just momentary. Do you see any beverage in sight? No, I see a ballot in his hand that he's counting. I don't even see a mask around his chin. Maybe one there in his left hand, but he doesn't have it on. So as the trial commenced on Tuesday of this week, I said on the show, I said, there's two key pieces of evidence. First of all, I said I would be shocked if Tim Hazelow was convicted of a felony crime over this. Malicious political prosecution at its worst. But then I said, there's two key pieces of evidence that as soon as the jury hears them, they're going to acquit him. The fact that the prosecutor standing in the courtroom who brought the charges hates Trump supporters, has wished death on them, compares them to the KKK, and has wished death on people who don't wear masks. That's Exhibit A. And then Exhibit B, there's other people in the room who were not arrested, who were not cited, who were not charged, who were also not wearing masks. Well, the judge in this case ruled that neither of those things were admissible. So here you have a situation where there's essentially no argument left for Tim Hazelow's defense team to make. They can't argue the basis of the mask mandate. That's not kind of relevant in this setting. So was the mask requirement even lawful? They can't argue that. They can't bring up the fact that the prosecutor in the courtroom has a severe political bias. Can't bring up that. Can't show the jury the picture of the other man who was in the room counting ballots with no mask on, who's never been charged with a crime. So they stripped him of his ability to mount a good defense. Now, I do think central to this is the fact that the felony Tim Hazelow was charged with has the crime, the statute on the books, has nothing to do with Tim Hazelow's actions. The two don't go together. The felony statute has to do with unlawful entry of an election center. Tim Hazelow didn't enter that election center unlawfully. He signed in. He signed in to be a ballot observer. Now, he was escorted out, but he didn't unlawfully enter. So how can you charge him with unlawful entry when he signed in? That should have been enough to get the case thrown out. But instead, Tim Hazelow has now been convicted of a felony, all stemming from refusing to wear a COVID mask in 2024, long after the pandemic was done. And he's not the only one. Remember, there's a second Republican ballot observer who is also awaiting trial for a felony. Her name is Tracy Abdul. We had Tracy on the show in very similar circumstances. We've got the video of both of them being let out. Tracy being escorted out by law enforcement because she refused to wear a mask. Now, her case also started off as a misdemeanor. And you know what? I'm not sure I'd still be fired up about it. But they both knew they were in there and they were supposed to wear a mask and they chose not to, so that there would be potential consequences for it. How old is Tracy again? I can't remember. I mean, she's like this innocent older woman. So what happened is this highly politically motivated prosecutor, we got a copy of the letter. He sent both of them what I would call blackmail, what I would call a threat. Basically saying either you plead guilty and admit to these misdemeanor crimes, or I'm going to charge you with a felony. So both of them said, kick rocks, dude. So he charged them with a felony. If you're watching this from somewhere else in the country, Washington State hardly charges violent criminals with felonies. We've got people let off the hook left and right. Antifa has been down outside our federal courthouse for our federal building for weeks on end, lighting fires, vandalism, assaulting people, and they haven't been arrested at all. So this is the definition of malicious prosecution, political prosecution, and it will upend Tim Hazelow's life. Tim Hazelow requires a security clearance for his job, for his career. And With a felony conviction, he's going to lose his security clearance. Not to mention, he might spend time in jail. It's insane. Now, I will say I've been talking to Tim Hazelow between court the last couple days, and I wasn't impressed with what he was saying about his defense attorney's strategy. And I know that his defense attorney was cut off at the knees by an activist judge who said, no, you can't bring up all these very relevant things. I think we need to try to find a way to help Tim Hazelow get a better defense team for an appeal. And I was told that Tracy Abdul has the same defense attorney as well. And maybe he did the best job he could. But if you can't win this case, it's not good enough. So we need to make sure that Tracy, I think they're both coming out of pocket for their own defense. Someone has to step up. If we can help in any way, try to make sure that they've got a better defense team around them, because I don't want to see either of them go to jail over this. I am just beside myself. My heart dropped into my stomach when I got the text, Tim Hazelow has just been convicted. And I think they're going to let him go home on his personal recognizance until sentencing happens. I would be shocked if they put him in handcuffs right there in the courtroom. So if you're just tuning in, a real short breaking update, because we've been talking about this trial happening all week. Opening arguments began on Tuesday and then went into the day yesterday, and it was pretty short, and the jury came back with a verdict. Now, the jury had sent several questions back to the judge during the day today, which sometimes when that happens, you can tell like the jury's really thinking about things, and it's sometimes a good sign for the defense that, hey, you know, the jury's not sure about some aspects of this case, but they came out and convicted him on both counts of trespassing and unlawful entry of an election facility. And look, maybe even the trespassing one I can understand, because, you know, they had to ask him a few times before he got up and left. But again, we're in Washington. They hardly even take violent criminals to court for things. So they're throwing the book at this guy to make a point brought out by a prosecutor with a long history of unhinged posts about Trump supporters, Republicans, and people who won't wear masks. Never should have been on the case in the first place. Should have recused himself immediately. This is about politics. It's malicious. Tim Hazelow is a good man. He does not deserve a felony on his record over this. And Tracy, if you've seen our interview with Tracy, you just want to hug her. You just want to hug her and love her, and now she's facing a felony too. Absolutely insane. So that's the breaking update. Nicole, do you have anything to add? No, you're fine. So we'll be following this. We'll touch base with Tim Hazelow and see what happens next in this case. But I think trying to get some semblance of a better defense team around him so he can appeal this. I think there's a lot of reasons that are open where he could have a successful appeal in this case, and then trying to make sure that Tracy Abdul does not have the same outcome. But I will say, shame on Island County Prosecutor Greg Banks. Shame on you, sir. Shame on you. Politically motivated, malicious, a felony for that. Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. To catch our regular live.
All right. Yeah, I just thought that I wanted to, bring some attention to that. I just think it's absolutely insane. And, like Brandy said, they're not even prosecuting like huge or like big crimes here. A lot of like anything that has to do with the protests or riots or, anything, any kind of that like protest behavior and crimes coming from that side, it's catch and release. I mean, they literally catch and release. And some have even been able to sue because of damages or injuries that they've had, like during the 2020, standoff with the police and everything. Like they've been awarded money for it. So it's really crazy. Also, I've shared this story before, but my husband's coworker confessed and was convicted to the molestation of a minor. He's a middle-aged man. He molested her, if not raped her, from the time she was 6 to 9. He was in prison for 6 months. 6 months. And that was it. Whoa. And here's this guy who was trying to take part in our republic and go be a poll watcher and also stand up for his rights to not wear a medical device and be forced to, if you want to call it that. And he's facing 6 years. I mean, that's just ridiculous. There's no excuse.
What was the place that he was at? Where was he at?
He was at a poll watching, like a voting facility.
Is this something that's like open to the public?
It was something you had to sign up for. So he had to sign in and he had to sign out, but he had to sign. From my understanding, is he had to sign up to be a poll watcher ahead of time.
That's why one of the things that it didn't sound right. There was a lot about that it didn't sound right. Obviously, it just sounded like you had a vindictive legal prosecution team that just has it out for people, and it ain't right. No matter which political side or whatever you believe, it ain't right for anybody to be attacked like that. But if it's a public place and you can come in and sign out, I don't see how you can be trespassed. You can be asked to leave, and then if you come back, then you're trespassing. But if it's an openly public accessible place,
No, my understanding is you had to sign up ahead of time to be a poll watcher. And so
okay.
if you were on the list to be a poll watcher, you could sign in and sign out.
Oh, so
but you had to
people just couldn't come in.
Right.
Okay.
You couldn't just come in on that day. So but he had registered to be a poll watcher. That wasn't part of the issue at all. He was lawfully there as a poll watcher. The only problem was that he was not wearing a mask.
But then you had the cops coming in, and
Right.
how are you going to enforce an imaginary law and you're not even abiding by this imaginary law?
Exactly. Yeah, it's insane. It's insane. And, and she also talked about the intention of that law, it's so that people can't, it's a felony if you break in and tamper with votes. It's not a felony because you refuse to wear a mask that, there for.
Clearly he wasn't tampering. He's just sitting right there. I mean, I don't know all the specifics of the case, but just from what I saw, it didn't seem like he was trying to tamper with anything. I don't know.
No, not at all. And he, you saw all the footage I've seen that's even a little bit longer than that. It's not like he didn't comply. He sat there, he asked why he had to leave, he explained his rights, and then he got up and peacefully went with them. He even said, I need to sign out, right? Because you have to lawfully, like you have to sign in and out as a poll watcher. So he even, maintained that integrity of signing out even under those circumstances. And they're saying that he, that this is a felony. It's ridiculous.
I don't even see how there's any charges to begin with. If he didn't cause a disturbance and he left on his own accord, then
right.
that's
because
that.
Washington is owned and operated, and we are behind enemy lines over here. I'm not kidding. Like our votes are not counted accurately. We already know that. I mean, this is just one example, but the machines that we have, like there is no accountability for anyone in office. Zero here in Washington State. Yeah. That's why they're pushing
find a U-Haul.
That are insane. What was that?
That's why you can't find a U-Haul.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, I've moved away from the city,
people, but it's just the people in power.
Right, exactly. And there's actually, King County is the county that Seattle is in. This happened in a different county, but a little bit like kind of north of Seattle. But King County is the sanctuary city, Seattle. And that area is so highly populated, densely populated, a lot with illegal immigrants. And here in Washington, you get a voter, everybody gets mailed a ballot. Everyone, at least one. But everybody gets mailed a ballot. And if you have a driver's license, or a state ID, you automatically are registered to vote. So there's no accountability on the voter polls for whether you're a legal citizen or not. There's no documentation required, nothing like that. So anyone here can be voting. Not legally, it's not legal for them to, but there's nothing preventing them from doing it. So
or even certain registries, it takes a while to get removed off certain registries. Even if somebody passes away, I forget how many years they can still be on the registry. It's like a timeline,
Yeah. There's an alliance, it's called the Apollo Alliance, and it's between Washington, Oregon, and California. Former Governor Jay Inslee was one of the people that helped create it. And it basically is saying that whatever they're doing in any one of these 3 states, they're going to end up doing in the long run. Their plan is to do it in all 3 states. So that's why it's such a mess on the entire western border of our country.
It's easier to do that when it's only 3 states that make up the coast,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but that is something to consider. It's 1/4 of the border of our entire country that is, and not under the control of we the people. Mary, I'm really glad you're here. Thanks for being here. Oh, I think I might have gone backwards a little bit. Took, thanks for being here. Appreciate you. Good to see you, Zatatucci. Is that
Happy
Oichi? Is that
Friday.
Oichi? I might not say it right. I don't think I did. I'm sure that you and Tate are laughing at me about it, but I'm glad you're here, Zat.
Definitely.
Zat has his own channel. He does live streams and has kind of open panel, and people talk about all different topics. And I know sometimes he does games and things like that over on his channel too. Kind of like UJM, he does the words game. That's how I first found his channel. Go figure. You've
Oh,
gotten
really?
me hooked. Yeah.
Very cool.
Yep. But yeah, you guys go sub up Zat and check it out. Get to know some new people over there. Right. Well, Decat, I doubt it was the people, but maybe it was because there's so many. I mean, people here are, I feel, pretty much brainwashed. A lot of them are really still focused on the mainstream media. The schools here are extremely liberal. They push a lot of the agendas, what do they call it? CRI or CRT. There we go. I was mixing up my acronyms. CRT, and also social emotional learning, which is part of the critical race theory. That's been being pushed in our schools for a long time. There's all of the LGBTQ plus and gender affirming care, and all of that is heavily pushed in the schools in Washington State, especially on the western side of the state. So that all takes a toll.
Interesting. I just heard on the news today that here in Canada, they're trying to drop the legal voting age to 16. And they followed it up by saying that if they can start educating the kids in high school, especially in quotes, with civics curriculum, that could really help things out. And I was thinking, yeah, well, this is a government broadcast news station I'm listening to. Of course, you think that's going to help.
Mm-hmm.
But
I think it's intentional.
Oh yeah, yeah, because they can start implementing mind control.
They're closing the gap. They're closing the generational gap. Think about how far certain children got behind since 2020. Now you're lowering that age, and it's
That's right, and they're already confused. Like they can't even define male and female anymore.
Right.
So could be a big move politically. You know what I mean? Just from that standpoint alone.
Yeah, Bonnie put the kind of the link in there. I don't know, Bonnie, if you can grab it. Otherwise, I'll try to grab the active link. But the nationalassembly.net, you can find it there. I'll try to get the link so people can just click on it. But it's not something that I've looked enough into. I keep meaning to look into it more. But I have heard from several people that are very involved with it that it is really a remedy. It's a way for us as the people to take back our own power. So it's worth checking out. Right. Yeah, Bran. He's talking about the masking. He says refusing to participate in an insane humiliation ritual equals a felony. What a stupid world we got. Yeah. We're in the dark timeline, I think.
Well, and I remember AOC and a whole bunch of her cohorts at these different functions pushing the whole mask mandate and everything. And there was a hot clip there where they thought the camera was shut off, and they're all sitting together like a class photo, and they all take their masks, or at least about half of them take their masks off, like as soon as the presentation's done. So
right. Oh, and there were so many instances during lockdowns where government officials were caught being out in public without masking. Or remember, Obama had it was like some big birthday bash that he had where everybody was unmasked, and there were so many exceptions.
And he had the massive party tents that he had 1,000 people there.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
All elbow to elbow.
Good to see you, Terry. Yep. Yeah. There's so many examples of that. I'm sure those are still out there, especially if you go to a place like Rumble. If you weren't paying attention at that time, go and look and see who all was not following the mandates they were enforcing on others. Maybe, Jerry. I'm not sure if I know who's behind it all. I tend to think that all of that divide is really in on it together. I think they're all pushing towards one global order no matter what side or what country. But I think that it's possible that there's some countries that are trying to kind of duke out who's going to be in charge of it all, who's going to take the lead. But I think they're still all going towards that same goal. Right, exactly, DeCap. The left coast is beautiful, but the political parties have gone batshit crazy indeed. Yeah, and it is. It is gorgeous over here. I've been up and down this entire coast a lot. I am partial to Washington, but I also love Oregon. The Oregon coast, actually, for the coast itself, like the beaches, they're all public, and it was designed in such a way that you can really drive up and down that coast, and beautiful views of the ocean, and of course the redwood forests and everything. And the Pacific Northwest is beautiful. But I almost think that's part of their plan, is to kind of like drive out the normies and just take it over for themselves. Seattle definitely under the radar too. People are always talking about Portland and LA and different areas of California, but Washington, it's almost more extreme in Washington state. A lot of the things they're doing with laws, especially with schools and the taking of parental rights. I don't think it's quite as bad in Oregon and California as it is in Washington. That's awesome, Wild. Yeah, it is a rigged system. Good to see you, Maury. Thanks for being here. Huh, I hadn't heard anything about that, Wild. That's kind of crazy. Next level. Al, it's good to see you. Thanks for being here. I think I said that already. Yeah, I heard they're pushing for, or I think, did it already pass in the big, beautiful bill, the defunding of PBS? I think that was part of it. Yeah, I don't know. That was one, I grew up watching PBS. I think like a lot of us here in the States, Sesame Street and Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood and, like the different telethons and miniseries and things like that. And I always enjoyed it. So I liked that it was public, hypothetically owned by the public. But I think there's a lot of propaganda being pushed through it now. If you go to like any of the PBS kids apps or games or shows, there's a lot of propaganda that's being pushed in that. If you look at any time a farmer is depicted in any of their cartoons or games, it's somebody who's depicted as an idiot, just an absolute idiot. And that does something to the psyche of kids, and they're constantly pushing portals. Everything is focused on portals, which, there's a purpose behind that.
I watched PBS a lot as a kid, different programs, and I still watch it from time to time. I like watching some of the documentaries, or, I guess it's different in each state. Each state's PBS shows stuff about their state. So, they have a lot of programs about different places here on Georgia or something like that. I like it.
Yeah. Hey, V. Good to see you. Thanks for coming up.
Maybe he got mad because he seen that one episode where they had a grouch that looked like Trump. Remember that character on Sesame Street?
Yes, that's right.
I forget his name.
That's right.
It was something.
It was something like Trump. It was like Dumpf or something. It was like it was like
even the hair. He had the hair.
Yeah,
he had the Trump hair.
I had forgotten about that. Yeah, that's funny. But
you don't think about it then, but as I guess everything that's happening now, you see it like, that was kind of funny.
Oh, good luck with everything, Tate. Hopefully your text.
Yeah, it was Ronald Grump. Ronald Grump.
There we go.
Ronald there Grump. You
go. Man. Yeah. Yeah, Commie Run now. Well, and maybe it always was, There's a clip you can go and watch of Mr. Rogers, Fred Rogers. And it was basically when he was trying to get funding for his show, and he gave his pitch, and he was very much Fred Rogers, and he, was calm and, spoke in his very calm voice and laid out the reasons for it and everything. And the they'd all been they'd seemed at least very opposed to the funding of his show. Like, why would we fund this? This is not, there's nothing flashy about this. Why are kids going to want to watch this? And then he gave his spiel and they were all completely sold. And it felt like a feel good moment, when I watched it before I knew better. And I don't even know for sure if I'm right, but watching it, if you watch it now, it feels like they already knew. It was just kind of him showing how easily he can persuade people. I think that's really kind of what they were having him show. And so they said, yeah, you're in.
Do you
The
think
rest is history.
Yeah, right. The trolley is history. Do you think they used Mr. Rogers for layering in any agenda? Or I always felt like he was one of the last ones that he was just doing his thing. I loved Mr. Rogers.
I did. Yeah, I did too. And I don't know, because I haven't gone back and watched a lot of it. So I don't know if there was like propaganda
He
push.
took different stances on certain things.
Right.
Like the guy that played the mailman on there for all those years. I can't think of his real name, but there was some type of issue where certain pools were segregated.
Yes.
So they had that episode where it was a little kiddie pool, and Mr. Rogers and the mailman, they both went and sat down and they took their shoes off and put their feet together. And he was kind of giving that message, that, hey,
Right. And yeah, that's funny, because that was the exact first thing that came to my mind when Virginia asked that. And there's so many things I remember that I think are still positive messages. I don't see I don't see an agenda in them. Or if I do, it's a positive agenda like that one,
Yeah.
Obviously they were pushing a purpose, but it was a positive purpose.
Not all agendas can be bad,
Right. But they were intentional, maybe that's a better way to say it.
It's just one of those words that gets a bad rap nowadays, I guess.
Yeah. It's not bad. An agenda just means you have something planned, right? Like, it's not a bad thing.
That's it.
Yeah. But I don't know. I'd have to go back and probably watch more of it and see, that's kind of what we do. Maybe we'll have a Mr. Rogers night at the backstage speakeasy.
You don't see it then,
I mean, I haven't seen any for quite a long time, so I don't remember either. But
we could do like that and some Sesame Street episodes and like just see what we see.
Man.
There is another movie I totally want to watch that I had basically a foster daughter at the time that this movie was popular, this series, but Spy Kids. I really want to watch.
That was a weird one.
Yeah. And I saw somebody recently had put out like a kind of an overview of like all the weird stuff that's in the symbolism that's
knowing
in
everything you know now and have seen, and to go back and watch it, you'll see notice some weird stuff.
So maybe we'll do a Spy Kids, Mr. Rogers, and like just a flashback to the 80s night or something. 90s.
Right. I'd be very curious now that we have the eyes to see a little more,
Exactly. Right. Camille says Mr. McFeely.
Damn. I didn't think about it till now.
Mr. McFeely. Wow.
He did have that stash.
Right. He did have the stash. Yep. Good call. Yeah. Oh, but that was the mailman. The mailman was Mr. McFeely. Oh, I didn't remember that. Oh, that's funny.
Oh man, it was Mr. McFeely.
That's true. He also said a boy is a boy, and if you're born a girl, then you're always a girl. Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Yes, he did. So, but yeah, I don't know. It'd be interesting to see. But also, the agendas change. So even if he, he could have been pushing a different agenda at that time than now.
Damn, I hope they didn't get Mr. Rogers.
Yeah, I hope. I know. I hope Mr.
The
Rogers.
last stronghold we had on PBS. Completely wiped out the rebellion.
Yeah, there's Masterpiece Theater, right, Mary?
Yeah, I used to watch that.
I think about Bill Cosby too, though. Like how many kids grew up, looking at Bill Cosby as this wonderful role model, and a great guy.
Oh yeah, we watched the Cosby Show all the time when I was young. I loved the Cosbys. Yeah, that one hit pretty hard. I mean, but then like Tom Hanks. Tom Hanks, I thought by design, but I fell for it. I thought he was a great guy. I really liked a lot of his roles that he played. I think he is a great actor. But he's allegedly on a lot of those lists that people keep talking about, and I've seen a lot of photo evidence that sure looks like that's true. And he did leave the country,
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, that's another movie actually I want to watch too, is Conspiracy Theory. I've seen it, but I haven't seen it in a really long time. And somebody had just shared, Tate, I think, had shared in Discord, like during the opening credits, he's kind of giving a monologue in the taxi, and all the things he's saying, because he's listing off all these conspiracies, have like so much truth in them. And it's just like a little truth bomb within like 2 minutes, And yeah, it was, anyway, just maybe like, oh, I need to watch that movie again with new eyes,
It's like in the
Yeah.
Batman movie. I don't know if you ever seen the Batman movie with what's the guy's name?
That's awesome, Bran.
Well, the one where they had Harvey Dent in there, and he said when he became Two-Face, he said either you die a hero or you live long enough to see yourself become the
Yes.
villain.
Yes. Right. I think that was The Dark Knight, but I'm
Well,
not
yeah, The Dark
100%
Knight, yeah.
sure.
But it was Two-Face,
Wayne,
Harvey Dent's
appreciate you
character
being
that
here.
said that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a great line. Welcome
I kind of
back.
feel like
God, I don't know that one.
if any movie I haven't rewatched
Oh,
after
Jerry.
the coup, because I think a lot of us have been aware of how things work for a long time, but I would say the last 5 or 6 years would be a different set of eyes than it was before. And just about anything, whether Conspiracy Theory is a great movie or like even The Matrix, which
Yeah, the Matrix movies. I have rewatched at least the first
I was
one.
laughing at the comment.
The Matrix ones, I think would be interesting now that we know where they're trying to go with AI and all of that,
Right.
and virtual
Yeah,
reality.
where the batteries.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, dude.
Or even the biblical reference in the movie,
Right.
the one. And then there was several, I forget how many times in the movie, the original Matrix, they mentioned Jesus,
Yeah, no, that's true. Yeah, that'd be a good one. We just finished the trilogy. For anybody who wasn't a part of it, we just watched the Divergent series. We watched the first two.
That's a good one.
Yeah, and then we watched the third one the next Sunday, and yeah, it was really good. Maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll do that with the Matrix. Do like kind of 2 Sundays back to back. This Sunday, the plan is Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. It's one that was on the list, and Bonnie had requested that we watch it soon. And I have not seen that, I don't think, since high school.
I don't think I've ever seen that one.
Yeah, it's what's his name? Van Dyke, the one who was in
Dick Van Dyke.
Dick Van Dyke, yeah. And he's Mr. Smith. And yeah, I don't even really remember all of the details of it, but I remember it was shown in high school, I think, for a lot of us. Did any of you guys watch that in high school? Or I don't know, I felt like in Washington it was like something that everybody saw.
What was the name of it again?
Mr. Smith Goes to Washington.
I never seen or heard of that. No, it's just first thing that pops in my head is Mr. Bean.
It's not Mr. Bean.
But Mr. Bean Goes to Washington would actually be a great thing.
I don't remember I can't remember what the catalyst is for it, but it's about a guy, Mr. Smith, who goes to Washington, and
Is this the 1939 movie?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
You want to read a little synopsis there, Watt, if you have it?
Let me see. Give me a second.
Because it'll give a better overview than what I remember of it from 25 years ago.
Oh, thank you, Tate. Tate always comes in hot with a sandwich, and he never forgets the mustard.
Oh, you're right, Black Watch. I know. Tate's on it. And I think he has the whole. It seems like he has the whole buffet of different kinds of mustard for you too, V.
For sure.
Yeah, and Blackwatch is right. I said it was Dick Van Dyke, but I mixed up my old timey actors. It was Jimmy Stewart. It was Jimmy Stewart who was in it. Thank you. Hey, Dusty, good to see you. Yeah, God bless you too, Wayne. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it.
It's about a guy who gets appointed to the U.S. Senate, and he kind of tries to befriend somebody. But of course, you know, in politics, it ain't always as it appears, and it just kind of goes from there.
Yeah, my remembrance of it is that he gets really like, he goes in kind of, you know, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and ready to get to work, and then he sees what the swamp it really is.
Yeah.
So I feel like it could probably have a lot of great messaging in it for today, but I don't know. I haven't seen it in a long time, but we'll be watching it on Sunday. We usually go and start hanging out about 11:30 p.m. Eastern. And then usually about a half an hour after that, we actually start the movie. And for anybody, yeah, sometimes we talk for 2 hours and then start the movie. But usually we start it for, you know, about a half hour or so after we come in. Hey, Annalisa, good to see you. And yeah, the link will be pinned in the chat like it is here. And you just have to click to come backstage. It'll look like it does up here on panel for the most part. And we just won't be live. So it's not on YouTube. It's just we're pretending we're on YouTube kind of. And you can come into the backstage speakeasy to hang out. Sometimes we watch 2 movies and sometimes we only watch 1. Usually we have a lot of really great conversation. And there are some people that come backstage that don't come up on live panels. So it's great to get to know some different people back there too.
Yeah. 100%.
It's honestly, you guys, it's one of my favorite nights. Like I really enjoy that. It's been really good. I've really appreciated everybody who shows up for that.
I rewatched the movie the other day called In Time. I know I've talked about it before, but I rewatched it. That's a pretty interesting movie.
That's
I
the
have not
Timberlake
seen that
one,
one.
right?
Yeah, and it was something I forgot about it. The people, once you get to the age of 25, you don't age anymore. That's when your time kicks in, whatever time you have. So you'll have a mom, a daughter, and a granddaughter, and they're all standing beside each other, and you don't know which one's which.
So do people live forever in that movie? If it's not like too much of a spoiler,
You
do they live
can if you
forever?
have to. I mean, yeah, it's a lot happening, so I don't think I could probably spoil it really. But yeah, if you get more time, however you get more time, you know, it's broke down into sections, almost like the time zones now. Each time you go through a different zone, it costs more. The further you go out to the more, I guess, rich or elite area, the more time it costs.
I think it's like allegorical for social credit scoring because they put it's almost like a digital Fitbit or whatever, like a watch, but it's like
or wearables that RFK is saying we're going to all have
wearable.
in 4 years.
It is a
Right.
wearable in that movie. As soon as it hits 0, that's it. You don't get no.
If you mess up socially, you lose some time. If you buy more than 1 coffee in a week, you lose time. So every action you take either adds to your clock or takes away from it.
I feel like either I remember the preview for this or I watched it, but I'm not remembering the movie well. So maybe I saw part of it, not all of it. I don't know, but it sounds like one we should watch for sure. Yeah. Hey, Blackwatch, thanks for coming up.
I thought it was a pretty good. Some the people that review movies, they gave it a pretty low score, but I thought it was a pretty cool concept or interesting movie, especially to think back and look at it now, how things are going, you know?
Yep. Of course they gave it a low score. It's a potential truth. Like it's a really scary possibility.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Snooks, for sharing out that link to the Backstage Speakeasy.
I'm not even a Justin Timberlake fan, you know?
Hey, Blackwatch.
Hi. Good evening, Indy.
Hello, mate.
And of
Right,
course,
Jerry? Do not comply.
another good one Jimmy Stewart did was The Man Who Knew Too Much.
Yeah, I've never seen that one. I have never seen that one, but I've heard good things about it.
He's sitting with the cast on his leg up to his knee on the porch, like a triplex.
Mm-hmm.
And he starts watching everything go by, and then he gets the binoculars and gets into a lot of trouble.
He was in a lot of movies like that had those kind of, you know, certain themes to
A Wonderful Life.
them. Hmm.
I love that movie. That's one we watch almost every Christmas.
Remember the old guy, the grouchy guy in a wheelchair that, you know, he finds the guy's money when he, I'm not sure he was not in Mr. Smith Goes to Washington when he filibustered.
Oh, okay.
The look was the same, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Where he's running out of steam, you know, talking. I don't want to give it away. I know the movie quite well.
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't seen it in so long. I don't remember it well. But
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to watching it again.
Yeah. It was quite the that's when movies I think had a point.
Right, Benjamin.
You know what I mean? So
Yeah, a lot of the older movies definitely were, you know, I
yeah.
feel like a lot of the, or maybe the movies now have points, but they're more subtle, you know? You have to kind of know what you're looking for. Mm-hmm.
Well, the one thing he might have missed in A Wonderful Life, he stays at home, you know, so his
Yeah.
brother goes to college. And of course, they come home when I think it's his uncle loses a deposit at the bank, you know, and the old guy finds it. But if you notice at the end, when all the money's going into the basket to save his whatever, the guy says, his brother says, why don't you come into a new business into plastics? 1939. So that's what it started. But anyway, my browser keeps crashing on your videos. I don't know why.
Sounds like, yeah, it seems like you've been having a lot of tech issues there, Blackwatch.
Yeah. Well, now this one, maybe the UI changed. I was on a panel in Nashville, of all places. Now the controls, I think, have disappeared, and there's a red B. The UI changed. It's all messed up in StreamYards. I don't know. I tried to blame it on Wildlife and his wiring job, but apparently that was not the case.
I think you've used so many American channels it picks you up as an American national now.
I get
Right? One of us. One of us.
Number 51. That's what's up.
Right.
I have a bit of a different view between conservative and liberal, but you know, one thing I found out, which surprised me a bit, whether the Americans had any input to it was the Avro Arrow, 1957. And after the war, the liberals were in C.D. Howe. And Campbell, because I worked, there's a building that's at Avey Road, you know, which was Avro. And Gordon went to talk to Diefenbaker, just got elected. He only was in for a couple of years. And he wanted $400 million. They had flying cars and everything. I saw all this, you know, where they had it. But he canceled it. He said there's social programs, whatever. It was argued the United States, because I know the story of it.
Good to see you, Deadpool.
But the thing was, JFK in the Senate and everything wanted U.S. nuclear weapons because of Cuba on Canadian soil. Diefenbaker refused. I never knew that, you know, that because it was a lie then, you know, I hate to say it, but he denied nuclear weapons on Canadian soil because of the Cuban Missile Crisis and all that.
Right.
So whether or not, there's a story to the wind tunnel, because they didn't, the Avro Arrow, anyway, I won't go on too much. We didn't have a wind tunnel that could do it. So I rented it from the United States military, Air Force. But the technician was not replaced. It was either a sergeant or something. He went to the colonel and said, you got to see this thing, you know, the Avro Arrow. But anyway, it got canceled. But, yeah.
Yeah. I think I'm going to go ahead. If you guys are okay, I'll go ahead and pull up a couple more videos that kind of go together. This is actually one that Algorithm posted, and I saw he just posted one today that I did not get to watch yet, but you can check that out on his channel too. And this is kind of his commentary about this, you know, this member of the EPA who came out and said that they're going to disclose all the information about the trails in the sky. So I'll let him kind of explain it here. But Thought we could talk about this after. Here we go.
Concerned Americans have urgent and important questions about geoengineering and contrails. The American public deserves and expects honesty and transparency from their government when seeking answers. But for years, people who asked questions in good faith were dismissed, even vilified by the media and their own government. That era is over. The Trump EPA is committed to total transparency. As a result, I tasked my team at EPA to compile a list of everything we know about contrails and geoengineering for the purpose of releasing it to you now publicly. In other words, I want you to know everything I know about these topics and without any exception.
So that's enough out of you, mister. Let's talk about this. So the EPA guy came out and said, yeah, we're going to tell you everything we know. Let's find out what they know. Information on contrails from aircraft. This page provides information on contrails, the long, thin clouds that form behind aircraft at high altitudes and how they form. Blah, blah, blah. Often inaccurately used as alleged synonyms of contrails such as chemtrails and geoengineering. So what'd they do? I told you they're going to tell you everything they know. Well, then they're retarded because everything they know is not the whole truth. Clearly, it's easily verifiable. Go over to Mellowcat, go to geoengineeringwatch.org, Dane Wigington. People have tested what comes out of these airplanes. They know it's aluminum, barium, strontium, sometimes arsenic, and other chemicals. So let's see what they say. What are contrails? Contrails are line-shaped exhaust clouds or condensation trails that are visible behind aircraft. Aircraft engine exhaust is composed of water vapor, carbon dioxide, and other emissions that are commonly found when combusting fuel, such as sulfur oxides, hydrocarbons, and particles. See the graphic below. Okay, let's look at the graphic. Tracks of ice crystals or clouds form as hot water vapor from jet aircraft exhaust cools off the upper atmosphere. Cools off in the upper atmosphere, sorry. So, A, bullshit. 2, nonsense. Contrails are the tiny little ones that evaporate in seconds. You guys have seen that. How long do contrails last? Many contrails are short-lived in form and evaporate in a matter of seconds to minutes due to low humidity conditions. Persistent contrails result when airplanes fly through layers of high humidity conditions known as supersaturated air. Sorry. Supersaturated air. In the high desert of Colorado, there's no such thing as supersaturated air unless it's raining or snowing. This is retarded. Sorry, said that word twice. So they tell you that this bullshit. And yeah, clearly those are, we know what those are. Let's see. Okay, what are chemtrails? Chemtrails are a shortening of the term chemical trails. It is a term some people use to inaccurately claim that contrails resulting from routine air traffic are actually an intentional release of dangerous chemicals or biological agents at high altitudes for a variety of nefarious purposes, including population control, mind control, and attempts to geoengineer Earth or modify the weather. So, apparently the only things exactly sprayed from airplanes are agricultural spraying or crop dusting and firefighting. HARP. Oh, come on. They're so bullshit, right? So they tell you this story. This is no different than Trump saying there is no Epstein list. But what is geoengineering? This is another one of their things. So the subset of geoengineering activities intends to cool the Earth by intentionally modifying the amount of sunlight reaching Earth's surface. These activities are referred to as solar geoengineering and solar radiation modification. The most proposed solar radiation modification techniques include adding a material to the atmosphere to increase the amount of incoming sunlight reflected back to space. While some of these approaches are currently being studied, not enough information exists to fully understand the viability, risks, and benefits of this approach. They're so full of shit. And they think people are going to just, oh, God, this is everything they know. EPA's coming clean. Trump's new administration. You're still being depopulated as we speak. Do not take any more of their mRNA if you took it. Don't do it. It's going to kill you sooner than you should be leaving this realm. And if you believe in God and God let you die, that's fine. I don't know how that whole thing works, but you're supposed to be here and fight for your existence. Fight for your survival. So fuck the EPA and fuck this administration with their transparent nonsense bullshit. All right. Thank you for watching. I appreciate your comments and hope you have some. I'd be curious what you think and what you have to say. If not, very good. Take good care of yourselves. Have a great day.
All right, some good information there from Algo. And yeah, I definitely think that they're trying to do some wordplay, kind of like sleight of hand, you know? Because they're saying they're going to give all the information about Epstein, but then they're really just going to give the grand jury testimony, and they're going to give all the information about the geoengineering, but they're really going to talk about contrails instead of chemtrails, which is the actual, you know, issue. But, you know, I don't really expect much more from them. Hey, MB, good to see you. Glad you're here. MB has an awesome channel. You guys go check it out. A lot of stuff about homesteading and great information about gardening and everything too, which, you know, goes with homesteading. But lots of great information being put out over there, MB. I have not caught one of your live streams yet, MB. I don't know if you haven't been doing them as much, but you can let me know if you know when the next one will be. And we can go set notifications for it. Yeah, I saw somebody said that was it Al or somebody said that they had seen the grid over Lake Washington, the tic-tac-toe board, and we get that here all the time. We see the trails. I mean, I grew up here. I did not ever see the contrails like that growing up. That's for sure.
Have you ever heard of Operation Sea Spray? I think that's what it was called. Yeah, Operation Sea Spray.
Remind me. I know I have.
Well, this is all in a coloring book I read the other day. This was like in the 50s. The government did some spraying over San Francisco to see how vulnerable a city of that size would be to if something happened. And you can kind of look up the stuff that they say they released, and I mean, you just look up the possible side effects of some of that stuff, and it's, you know, you're like, wow. But yeah, they said, no, we're just testing this to see how vulnerable things could be, you know. But there was several tests like that. That was Operation Sea Spray. That was in the 50s in San Francisco. And you had instances in the 60s in New York City, or certain cities with subways. They would do certain tests to see if something went off in a subway, how quick or how far it would spread out.
Right. I remember I saw you put a link back there, and it's behind a paywall, so I wasn't able to open it.
Oh, really?
To share.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I didn't
it
know
looks
that.
like
I'm sorry.
or something, but no, that's okay. There's a lot of places like that. But I remember when if it's the same time I remember them talking about that. It had come up, and it was right around the time that people were seeing the patents come out about the aerial mRNA, or the not aerial, what's what I'm looking for. Like an inhaler where you can use it as an inhalant.
Oh, I can't think of the word.
There's a term I can't think of
Yeah.
either, but you guys know what I'm talking about. And and then they were spraying something in the subways. There's also kind of like they're showing the bug sprays that they're. I don't know if you guys have seen the footage of them on international flights. They're spraying some kind of supposed like bug spray on all these different international flights. So you're like stuck in there, breathing stale recycled air that has bug spray in it.
Ooh.
And it's an insecticide. Yeah. And they're saying it's because too many people, it's a biohazard for these different bugs to be flying from, crossing borders and going from one place to another. So they're spraying everybody down with chemicals. Anyway, but it made me think of in China, which I think my video is still up. during the lockdowns and COVID and everything. But I think it's called What's Going On, maybe is the name of the video. But anyway, you can go see they were doing this disinfectant. They were supposedly spraying all over everyone and all the buildings that were locked down and everything. Like when people had to, yeah, it was crazy looking. And they said they were sanitizing. But anyway, that's what they said they were doing in New York at the time. But I think it was more like what you're saying, where they were really just testing,
seeing how fast and far it could spread, and just normal day-to-day stuff, because this was, the people weren't aware. It just happened,
Right. The people usually aren't, Wasn't there something they just got? There was some kind of like chemtrail approval or maybe not chemtrail, maybe it was cloud seeding, something along those lines that was approved in California like just a few months back. It was like they were at the same time they were still denying it. They were saying like, oh, we've approved it for this one area. And, don't worry if you're outside this area, it'll only affect this area, like San Francisco, I think it was.
Wow.
It's been on the books for a while, especially like certain areas, like your certain Middle Eastern countries that have that money in that pool. Yeah. I mean, they tell you on their paperwork they've been doing cloud seeding to help develop those areas.
Mm-hmm.
And everything they spray lowers our immune systems.
Aerosol. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
That was the word we were looking for. Yeah, I'm like, that inhalant thing, we can breathe it in. Like, thanks, Essie. Right. But they do. There's a patent that I believe Gates, of course, has for an aerosol mRNA vaccine.
The gatekeeper.
Yeah.
I bet he looks in the mirror and calls himself the gatekeeper. I bet he does that. You are the chosen one.
Right. I know these names they give everything to, right, Silver Shelby? They like to poke us with it or whack us over the head with it sometimes.
But yeah, definitely when you put those synthetics out there, it definitely has an effect on the natural for sure.
Mm-hmm. The operation conducted without public knowledge or consent violated the Nuremberg Code's principles of informed consent and safe experimentation. It remained secret until 1977.
There you go.
And when had you said that they had done it? Let me go back up.
Oh, these were
1950.
over the decades. Yeah, I mean, there's some in the 30s, 40s, 50s. They did it in each like stage of development. As more things came along, subways, more cars.
Right. When Senate hearings revealed it as part of over 200 similar U.S. tests. Right, there you go. From 1949 to 1969. So, look at that. 20 years they were testing 200 different tests of the same kind.
That's 77. Almost, you figure, almost the 80s. Most of your major cities had been established at some point, infrastructure, public transportation of some level, At that point, they had all the testing they needed. Anything else would just be, plus data.
Right. Right. Exactly, Jerry. And Deadpool says an engineer of NextRad said the radar excites the storm cells so they can read it better.
I'm sure, yeah. I'm sure they have some type of remote way to set it off. I don't know.
Right. Tate said, yeah, I agree with you, Watt. Like all the 5G towers that are everywhere. Hand sanitizer has a type of immunity blocker in it. Well, I think there's two things I've heard about hand sanitizer. One is that your body, it's like taking away your body's chance to fight things on a smaller level because you're constantly killing everything with the hand sanitizer if you use it frequently. But then also, do you guys remember like during lockdowns when hand sanitizer was like being made by companies that didn't normally make it?
Yeah.
There were all these people that got poisoned from the hand sanitizer because there was some kind of alcohol. I don't remember what it was, but there was some kind of alcohol that was being used in a lot of those hand sanitizers that was actually toxic. So
it was causing some bad reactions.
Right. Yeah.
I'll tell you one thing about that sanitizer is I saw people ordering food and they put the hand sanitizer on, while the food's being made, and then they go to their table and they start eating it, and then they're licking their fingers like burger and fries, stuff like that. And I'm like, oh my God, you are actually consuming that freaking sanitizer.
Yeah, the chemicals, they don't even think about it, you know?
Yeah.
It's like a bottle of clean, you know? That's what they think of it as.
Yeah.
It's magic.
Right.
It is magic. It is magical.
Right, Deadpool. I can relate to that. I don't drink very often, but if I drink anything like more than like, you know, half a glass of wine or like one mixed drink, then the earth is definitely spinning.
But technically it should feel like it stopped spinning though, right?
Right.
It's spinning to begin with.
I'm glad you did, SC. Hopefully everybody deciphered by trying to get the words out.
I had a video that I was going to share. It's like a minute or two long. I can even just mute
Right,
it.
Strictly. Good to see you, Strictly. Sorry, would you want to say that again, Jam? I missed it.
Just going to say I had a video of some of the contrails in this area that I was going to share. I can mute it up, and I just thought, you know, you can keep chatting, but
yeah, sure, I'll play
in
it
the background. It's only 2 or 3 minutes. I'll share it. Yeah,
Strictly said Trump 6 months ago, they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. Trump today, they're eating the list, they're eating the files. You guys seen the meme with the Pam Bondi, and she says the files are on my desk, and then the next shot is like her sitting there without a desk. What desk? Yeah, I mean, that's what it looks like here. I mean, like 95% of the time. I did a video. Yeah.
Maybe once a week here.
Really? So is it like that? Is it usually like that where once a week it's like that dense and then you don't see it the rest of the time? Hey, good to see you, Navy Vet.
It does. It varies. Like there's been months where you'll actually see it 2-3 days in a row, or you'll see it fairly regularly. And then, you know, a couple of weeks can go by and you won't see anything. So it seems sporadic and random, but there was a period of time where it was so often I decided I was going to start recording it. And this was actually one of the first recordings ever.
Yeah.
On my channel, if you go to the search icon and just type in clouds, it'll bring up all of the different documentation of this stuff in my area that I've recorded. I think there's about 10, maybe 15.
I'm glad you're keeping an eye on it like that. That's great.
Yeah, I document it walking with the dogs. So it's dog watching clouds. So like I never put chemtrail or contrail in as a search thing or in the title. It's just clouds.
Yeah, Deadpool, that's a good point. He says before Pam or Cash were sworn in, a whistleblower said the FBI was destroying evidence. I remember hearing that they were destroying evidence all the way back when they first got it. I remember hearing something way back when they first were going after Epstein, and they did like a raid, and that's what we see. The photos of the evidence were from the Wexler property that he owned. I think it was like an apartment or a condo, but you guys know what I'm talking about in New York. It's apparently one of like the most expensive pieces of property in New York, or I think of not of all properties, but of places to live. You know, like there's other businesses and stuff that are more expensive, but anyway, our residence is the word I was looking for. One of the most expensive residents is what Wexler had given to Epstein. But anyway, when they raided it, I remember hearing something about they think that they had given him a heads up because there was a lot of stuff that was missing that they thought should have been there. So at the photos that were like, you know, easily accessible then that are now like scrubbed, it showed that there were like a place where a computer had been plugged in where it was no longer plugged in, or it was like a monitor, but there was no tower. You know what I mean? But I haven't seen anything about that come back out. So I don't know. I have to do some deep diving to probably find that.
I did hear about that too. A whole lot of massages were going on in that New York residence.
Yeah, and there was a room. I've heard like different people, including Virginia Giuffre, talk about like the layout of it, and they all match what they're saying. That like there was a kind of a stairway up to the left when you first went in, and that you'd go up to a room, and one of the rooms up there had it was a surveillance room, and they were watching in real time, like, the screen of security cameras, but it was just a, home base, and they were recording it all. So I think that's the footage. I think every place in that location, and probably all of his locations, were filmed. But now, Pam Bondi's saying that it was downloaded CP. Yeah, right. Ooh.
That reminds me, one day I was down on the river at our local river walk, and it was a beautiful day. I don't know exactly what you call it. The sun was just coming through the clouds at a certain way, and it was like prismatic, like you could see the colors,
Mhm.
and it just looked like a perfect cross. And I took a picture. I said, man, I hope it shows in the picture. And I took a picture of it, and it even made it even better. And if you just like zoom in a little bit, it's how the light was coming through the clouds. It made this perfect cross. That was pretty cool.
That is cool. I love seeing things like that in the sky, Kind of like, I feel like that's almost like the faith of a child type idea, where you kind of like can just get back in that whimsical mindset.
Yeah.
Navy Vet says hand sanitizer, mud pies, water from the garden hose, and electrical tape for cuts is my sanitizer. That's right. Rub some dirt on it.
I mean, in nature, I try to be respectful, knowledgeable, but at the same time have that childlike aspect, I guess, in a way,
Yeah. Right. Strictly even that, we called it lockdowns, but people weren't really locked down. You could still go outside. And I wonder if that terminology wasn't used as a way to like desensitize us to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And honestly, a lot of people did treat it like it was a lockdown. I saw an article here maybe a month ago that was like talking about this guy who had just come out of his own self-quarantine. Like he has not been around other people at all since the beginning of the pandemic.
Yeah, the other phrase they used was shelter at home.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, shelter in place, shelter at home. Yeah. Right, the cat. I do remember them making changes to menus here. Like they did some that they became digital, but we still had to look at them. I don't know. There were none of it made sense. It didn't make sense. Remember, I remember going to a food court at a mall, and it was a totally open food court, like they all are at malls. And you had to keep your mask on to stand in line and to order your food. But then as soon as you sat down, you could take your mask off. So you were like, feet away from everybody else. And it was just this big open area. It's ridiculous. Like it made zero sense.
I never played that game.
Yeah.
I enjoy a good game, but I ain't playing that one.
Interesting, Bran. All right, if you're meaning like the ritual, I think some people get in like a ritual with hand sanitizer. And actually, one of the top selling hand sanitizers was Bath and Body Works. And they had those little microplastic beads, those little blue microplastic beads in all of theirs.
Yeah. Make it all pretty.
Yep.
Yeah.
It really is, like with the kids who had to mask up in school, that pissed me off so bad. Just being muzzled, right? But it's conditioning them to, let's say there's another one, let's say, they're amping up maybe, or something else happens where you need that. These kids now, they're used to it. And that's
already in their mind.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, strictly, we were talking about that, I think, right before you came in. I don't know if you know, but I'm not a big, Trump is playing 5D chess type person, but I do feel like it's possible that maybe that was part of why he said something. Because I thought from the beginning, I just don't think that he says things willy-nilly. I think there's usually an intent. Maybe the whole grab him by a pussy, like that type of thing that's like recorded secretly and he doesn't understand he's being recorded. Maybe then we'll hear something that's not calculated. But if it's something that he's speaking, to the masses, I don't feel like he's just saying things without intent behind them. So maybe that was part of it, was to get more people to be demanding that he release the information. But we were saying earlier, it's either way, it's not a good look.
Yeah.
What I'm noticing
Right,
is
maybe that.
he's
I mean,
using qualifiers.
No, go ahead, V. Sorry.
He's using qualifiers like release pertinent ones or credible ones.
Mm-hmm.
Those two qualifiers, then therefore we're not really going to get transparency. We'll get what's pertinent and credible.
Right. Otherwise, he would say release everything.
Exactly.
Right. You're actually governing and limiting right in that order.
There you go. Release the Kraken.
Oh man. Remember when that was a thing? We're gonna release the Kraken.
Yep.
Might as well at this point,
All right, am I back? There we go. Sorry, guys. I'm having technical difficulties over here. My mic gets loose, and so then when that happens, all my sound stuff resets, and I have to go back in and change it all in StreamYard and on my computer and whatever. I missed what you said, V. Can you say it again?
Yes, he's using qualifiers when it comes to the files.
Right.
He uses the word pertinent or credible.
Yes.
In
Yeah, I
a lot
agree.
of these. And those two qualifiers mean that we're not going to get the full transparency, the all of them type of thing.
Yeah. Welcome back, Black Watch.
Yeah, it seemed the mic stopped working. I don't know.
You sound good now.
Yep.
That went all night on Bonnie's. I don't know. This is weird. But anyway.
Deadpool, I'm still, I try to keep an open mind about the whole flat earth thing. I don't feel like I've gone down those rabbit holes enough either way to really be able to say definitively one way or the other. But I've heard different studies that they've said, the supposedly the people who were trying to prove that it was flat did this test, but they think that they were infiltrated, and there was someone that said that it actually isn't. It proved that it wasn't. And then I've seen, like what you're saying, they showed that the sun was moving in a circle and it didn't set, and that's supposed to prove that it is flat and that we have a local sun. So I don't know. It's hard to decipher, like many things with all the information out there, what the truth is.
Don't they say in the Arctic up north as well that you have a similar effect?
Hey, Bonnie. Yes.
Depending on the season, certain seasons it's daylight all the time.
That just reminded me, totally off topic, but I think it's a different Mandela. How many oceans do you guys think that there are?
Today was Nelson Mandela's birthday.
Oh, really? Oh, look
Yeah.
at that. Well, I'm glad we came up with a Mandela effect maybe on it.
I'd say there's five oceans, but I know where you're going with it.
So I remember in my timeline, there were 4 oceans. The Southern Ocean did not exist, I swear. And I know other people who have said the same thing. So do you guys always remember there
They
being
recently
a Southern Ocean?
classified a new part of water as an ocean. I forget what the name is now, but there is, I guess, technically a new ocean they've added at some point.
Maybe that's what it is. Maybe they just added. Maybe they
they reclassified a body of water. I forget which one.
Yeah, Navy might say in the 7 seas, right?
There you go. Still in the 7 seas.
Oh, there you go. Maybe we're gonna get our way back to 7 eventually. Right now we're only at 5.
Getting there.
But I'm telling you, the Southern Ocean was never something. I wonder if I could find any of my old, like in school you'd have to do the maps of the world or like label different. I wonder if I could find something old like that, like what do they call it, a remnant?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or how far back would you have to go?
Right. Well, maybe I'll look into that and see when the Southern Ocean became an ocean.
Southern Ocean's is also in some circles known as the Antarctic Ocean. Synonymous.
Yeah. Nope.
But But like, I also
Yeah,
have
that's
a
a good
feeling
point, SE.
maybe they didn't want people focusing on Antarctica. I think there's a lot there.
Oh, me too.
So
The
by just
fact that
creating, go
all
ahead.
these countries of the world created this treaty and like have agreed with it and stuck with it this long when we can't like supposedly agree about anything else is sus in and of itself, you know?
That's right. And you can't go there unless you apply. You have to apply, and even if you do that, you can't
Welcome back, Ricky.
say you were had the money to do it. You couldn't take your own
Exactly, Cheryl.
team and just explore any area. You have to apply.
Right. Yeah. I know a couple people actually who have been to Antarctica, but they've, you know, it's like very touristy, you know? It's like you only go, like you're saying, you only go to this, you know, these certain areas that they like you have options to different places to go, but you can't just go and explore on your own.
Right.
I don't think I can handle it. It's too much cold.
I understand Boeing is in a bit of trouble. Boeing with their 787s, they're selling them off. Thing about the 787, the reason they got better mileage, fuel, they're made out of carbon fiber, the fuselage and everything else. Well, apparently there's gaps.
Let's see.
But
there's gaps. Did you say gaps? Like, what do you mean?
What is CW, Bonnie?
Normally there's rivet holes. Well, there's riveting. Apparently the parts are made all over the world, but China's South Airline just dumped over $1 million. They took $1 billion loss, got rid of 10 of them, went with the Airbus. So that doesn't sound very good for Boeing.
Yeah, Boeing's been having all sorts of issues.
737, you know, but apparently, I don't know, it was supposed to be, what did they call it? The Dreamliner. That was the name of the aircraft, 787.
Sorry, we're kind of having two conversations here, but strictly, did you have to have a vaccine pass? Did you have to have, because I thought New York, you had to have proof of your vaccine status in order to be able to enter a lot of public buildings. I live in Washington State, and there were about 4 months where I couldn't go into places because I hadn't gotten the vaccine. So either maybe you got the vaccine and that's why you didn't feel like you could, you know, you were limited, or they didn't have that by you. I don't know, but I'd be curious to find out. But I know that I couldn't move freely throughout my state. There were places that my family could go and I couldn't because my husband was vaccinated and my kids were too young to have it be required, that I couldn't go. And that was a really weird feeling. Yeah, I think I've heard different theories about why these things are happening at Boeing and other manufacturers. Part of it could be DEI hires. They're not hiring the people that are best for the job. That could be part of it, and I could see that being true. I heard that they kind of lowered regulations on all of these, on everything, like food manufacturing, everything being manufactured in the country and in a lot of countries during the lockdowns or whatever, pandemic, whatever you want to call it. And but because remember, there were all those supply chain issues. So they eased up on a lot of regulations in order to let things get out faster. And I've heard they've never really put those back in place. And that's part of the issues
I'm
too.
sure we see it in some of the products we buy, or some of the qualities of things that went down dramatically,
Right.
Well,
I am falling behind in chat, guys. Sorry.
The report never said where they're assembled, just unlike other aircraft, because Wichita is where they produced the 747 wings, and Seattle assembled it because they bought.
That's true of all politicians, strictly. That's not just Trump.
But apparently where they're attached is a fraction of a millimeter out, which in normal aircraft wouldn't matter, but carbon fiber, they got rid of the aircraft because I think they said.
I don't think that's true, strictly.
They had a number of years, hundreds of thousands of miles on them. But anyway, they dumped them.
Yeah. Right, Al? I know that's something that was a red flag to me about Trump right at the beginning of all of that. Yeah, just I want to read this out loud. Strictly says most Trump supporters don't even know what gaslighting is. I actually feel like that goes the other way. I would say that most, whether you're a Trump supporter or not, most independents and right-leaning, conservative-leaning, I feel like I've heard that term explained and used and brought up in conversation much more than I have from the left. But I hope everybody knows what that is. The more, the merrier.
There's a girlfriend I had in the 60s, and there's a Toronto group which never made it called the Ugly Ducklings, and their first song was called Gaslight.
Interesting.
Yeah.
What year was that? Did you say what around when was that?
63, 64, and around there.
Right, Deadpool? Yeah, I'm on the fence too. Yeah, in the 70s, I feel like we're watching a lot of these movies and things and listening to music too, but I feel like, and books even, but if you look at the 70s, it was like there were a lot of people that were either trying to get the word out to warn us, like to inform people, or were aware of the plan and banking off of it one way or the other, or getting soft disclosure or desensitized. I mean, there's a lot of ideas behind why they tell us.
Well, the UI just changed.
Oh, Strictly, that's ridiculous.
No,
Strictly, you have so many things I agree with you about, and then you just say these ridiculous, broad statements that,
I
mean, are really just insulting people, and it's really just exposing yourself for being ignorant. So think a little bit more about what you want to say. Maybe make it more specific. Sinbad taught us about the 70s. What were you going to say, Blackwatch?
No, just the UI changed when I went back in. I don't know. This is better. This is more like you.
Bonnie, but it's not all around. It's not an island. It's not. I mean, it's not a continent in and of itself. It's connected through Central America. Good to see you, KP. Thanks for being here. They have an earthquake device in Antarctica. This was on Redacted. Okay, I haven't seen that, but I've heard, kind of along with geoengineering, that there are, kind of like weapons or, I don't know, tools that can be used for creating earthquakes. And I mean, I think the technology is way beyond what we know. Trump, not like everything. I believe everything Trump says, but he has talked about that. Remember, in I think it was his last presidency, there were a few times where he said, "We have the technology." And maybe it's just, putting that image out there, whether we have it or not. It's good for our enemies to think that we have technology we don't have. You know what I mean? But I believe him in that one. I do. I think that they have technology that we've never even considered.
You mentioned it then, and whenever him and Biden had that debate that one time, they both mentioned the phrase futuristic technologies in that debate. I remember that stuck out.
Yeah, I do agree, Navy vet, that Trump derangement syndrome is a real thing. And it's unfortunate because there are people who believe the mainstream narrative bullshit about Trump, and they are against him for the wrong reasons. And there are reasons, I think many of us have valid concerns about Trump, but they are overshadowed. And then it's like you get lumped in. I feel like I've been lumped in some cases. For a lot of us who are in the middle or are independent or are, even if it's, a broad middle where you consider yourself a liberal or you consider yourself a conservative, but you're still trying to keep an open mind and question reality, not just take whatever's being shoved down your throat. I feel like no matter what, you get pigeonholed, you get that, and that's part of the divide and conquer. Who's up on the screen? Are you coming in? Can you say something, Watt, if you're up on panel? And if you can't, then I'll let the other Watt up. All right, let's hope it's really you.
Yeah, no, I don't know what happened. It sent me to Antarctica or something.
Okay. Just making sure, Yeah, whatever is in Antarctica rules things, or whoever is there is using it to rule things. I don't know. I'm not sure which way that goes, but there's definitely something going on there. I wouldn't I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of the money that we think is going to NASA or to Space Force or just a lot of the things that are the billions or trillions that go missing randomly from different states, that there's no accountability for. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of them are funding whatever they're doing in Antarctica. I have a lot of ideas. I have no evidence for it, but I think it's possible they're doing a lot of genetic testing in Antarctica.
Right.
I have a feeling Antarctica is a lot larger than what they give us on the maps too. Like most maps of the world actually cut. You can tell. You look at the bottom of it. You can tell they've only given you a small chunk of it.
Oh, got it. Thanks, Bonnie. I'll have to go back up and check your other comment now. Yeah. And, even the maps, you guys, we need to remember the maps are not really accurate. They're not really to scale. I was watching somewhere and they were talking about how they thought it was maybe kind of a Mandela on where, I think it was Houston, where Houston is on the map. And they remembered it being in a different location, like further. And they were pulling up some evidence for it, we call it, I just said it earlier. What is it? Remnants. But the thing is I think most maps, do you guys know this? I feel like most people know this. The maps aren't really to scale. Like Greenland is way bigger than it appears on any map. I'm pretty sure Australia is actually a lot bigger. Africa is way bigger than it appears in scale compared to the other continents on the map. Like there's a lot that's really not accurately depicted on the map.
Sure, yeah.
So they, who knows how big Antarctica is or what the reality is of that. Hey, Eric, good to see you.
Hey, Eric.
I even heard some people talking about how different areas of Texas are showing up different on the maps than they remembered even like 10 or 20 years ago.
Huh.
Yeah, that's what I was just hearing about about Houston specifically, but yeah.
If you think about like the plate tectonics and everything we're taught that the continents are moving and everything, it would make sense that the maps change from time to time.
Right,
But
it would make sense.
I agree. A lot of it's not going to be to scale.
Yeah. I can't remember the name of the kind of map, but there is a map that's supposed to show a better depiction of the scale of the different continents. I can't remember what it's called though. There's a name for it. And the theory of the person who made it, and who knows if it's accurate either, but was that basically like a lot of the maps are sort of centered on the United States being a predominant landmass, and they're saying it's not actually as big as it seems, and that's part of it. It's like the optical illusion, like imposed, like almost like an ethnocentric type idea.
Yeah.
Well, it makes sense too. If you've got a treasure map that you don't want everyone else to know where the treasure is, it would make sense for you to alter it a little bit, right?
Yeah, that's an interesting way to put it, the treasure map. Well, strictly, that doesn't make sense considering HIPAA laws and also that those were not safe or effective. So it doesn't make sense that you'd have to show a vaccine to go anywhere. But here in Washington, like I said, it was a lot of public buildings. It was not just hospitals. Hospitals were the longest, but here in Washington, it was all public buildings. Yeah, right, Deadpool, exactly. I know. When I stand behind enemy lines, it's not hyperbole. People are still wearing face diapers where Navy Vet is. Wow. I mean, I still see them occasionally. I do, but not very often.
Yeah.
I know. I mean, I think part of that, though, is that the people that are wearing them are mostly at home. Really. I mean, I know people that are still very much pushing wearing them. A lot of them think that they have long COVID and they've gotten all their vaccine boosters and think that they have long COVID and that it's still a real thing that people need to worry about. And people need to be wearing masks for that purpose, but that's insanity. And it's sad to see. Yeah, I thought so too, Snooks. Yeah, I've heard about that, Bran. like the 24-hour sun and the 24-hour darkness in Alaska type idea too. I feel like I could handle that. I feel like I would do okay with that.
I don't know. It would be weird at first. You know, you wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning and it looks like 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah.
I don't know what type of effect that would have on the body. You know, the body's natural cycle. I don't know what type of effect that would have. I can't remember the name of it. It ain't got nothing to do with any particular topic we talked about, but there was a vampire movie like that. I think it was in Alaska or somewhere up there. 21 Days of Darkness or something like that. I can't remember.
Indy, do you see anyone in the basement?
Oh, hey, Ricky. Good to see you. Thank you, V. I was reading chat. Okay, well, I'm sure this is not the actual definition strictly, but when I think of gaslighting, what I think of is someone making someone believe something is true, even though it's not, by shifting the truth. So pretending, making small changes. There's a film that I've shared on here before about gaslighting. And in that case, it was a couple. It was a man and a woman, and the man was ever so slightly changing things, moving her keys and not telling her he'd moved them, to turning down the temperature on the thermostat but not telling her, like little things like that to make her think that she was going crazy, basically. And I mean, that's what I think of when I think of gaslighting. But I'm sure, obviously, that's not the actual
Didn't
definition.
know that's what that meant. I've definitely gaslit before.
It's pretty close. It's about making someone else question their own reality by giving them false inputs on purpose.
That song I told you about, it's basically a relationship, and he's accusing her of misleading, lying about the whole relationship.
Yeah.
That was 65, I think.
I think I played a song on here a couple weeks ago that was called Gaslight. But I have to remember who that's by.
Yeah, basically making you believe you can't trust your own eyes and ears,
Right. But a psyop. It's a form of psyop.
Exactly. Yes.
What are, I don't know what probians are. Silver Shelby? Probians? Probians? I don't know. Do you guys know what that is?
I do not.
Basically making a fool out of someone. That was a lot of the lyrics. Turned like a fool like me, But
yeah,
that was a long time ago.
Remember the people, this comment made me think of it, but remember the people who were wearing masks, and these poor students, it's like hard to even laugh about it because it's so twisted and disgusting, but they were wearing masks and they'd cut holes in them for their instruments for band. Make that make sense. I mean, come on.
That and the ones that are wearing 3 masks. They said, well, now you got to wear 3 masks.
Right. Yeah. After he'd already said that they were useless.
It's dumber than spelled backwards.
Mm-hmm.
It was a wild time for sure, where people were living in bubbles. I'm glad I was down here in the South because a lot of states was a lot way worse with all the restrictions and everything. We pretty well wasn't too bad.
Right, Snooks.
It was
I think
less,
a lot of us voted
yeah.
for Trump that don't blindly follow Trump. We're not King Trump team over here.
I only had one instance where they asked me to put on a mask, and that was it. And it actually kind of made me not really mad, but I never went back to the place after that. But it was one of my favorite Mexican restaurants, and they said, you got to put on a mask. I said, well, I don't have one. And they said, we got a box of them. And I said, what about while I'm eating? They said, no, once you sit down, you can take it off. And I said, no, I'm not playing this game.
Right.
Yeah, I got fussed at at a Chili's, I think it was. They raised hell. But the craziest thing I had happen to me was when I went to Gatlinburg and I went to the aquarium, and the lady's like, you got to take some hand sanitizer. I'm like, I ain't taking that. I don't know what that's in that bottle.
Right.
And
We were
she
talking
kept
about
on,
that earlier.
yeah. And she shot it in my hand. And I wiped it on the wall. I'm like, it's right in front of her. She was mad. But she didn't.
Yeah.
She couldn't do nothing to me about it. But yeah, it was insane. It was
here I did wear my mask to go into a lot of places, but I'd always be so pissed the entire time I was there that I'd hardly ever go in. But mostly Costco was the main place I remember, and doctor's appointments. But I would always pull it down under my nose, and no, like half the other people there were doing the same thing. So what the hell was the point? You know what I mean? Like, yeah,
Nobody was
I know
wearing
what
it
the point
right.
was. It was compliance.
Nobody. Yeah, that's it. It was compliance and seeing people
Yeah.
would do it, and because nobody was wearing it right,
Right.
they're using their dirty hands or even if they wore gloves, they were smoking with their gloves on and
Yeah.
and
Or
so
the
it
people
was
swimming. Do you remember? I mean, there's just so many ridiculous examples.
exactly. It was wild time for sure. That I
Yeah.
hope we never see that kind of insanity again, but I imagine we will.
Well, they're supposed to be disposable too, right? And people are wearing them for like days.
Or the cloth ones. Yeah,
Yeah.
I told this story, but my family and I had gone into IKEA to go shopping, and my kids were, I think, like 2 and 3 at the time, maybe 3 and 4. And an employee came over, and I know that he came over with good intentions. He seemed like a very friendly person, but he pulled 2 masks out of the pocket of his pants. They weren't wrapped up. They were literally sitting in his pants pocket. He pulled out 2 kids, and they were like they weren't, they weren't sterile, obviously, but they weren't even they were like the ones people had made, the cloth masks that people were making. And he said, "I have the masks for your kids if you want them." And I didn't say a word, and it was pure instinct. I just shot him the most atrocious look.
Right.
That he literally froze in his spot, back away slowly. You know what I mean?
Oh man.
And I just said, "No, they're fine." And he put them back in his pocket and left. And I was like, back off. But the mama bear came out in all force in that one look. I'm telling you.
It was crazy. Yeah, you could wear a little cloth, neck protector, neck gaiters, whatever. Like if you wear
Right.
for protect, it's like, oh, that's okay. I'm like, this ain't doing crap. This don't stop anything. But
My
I don't know.
favorite was people who had knit masks. There were some celebrities.
Right. Yeah, or the lace ones.
What about the dude that went into the grocery store wearing the snorkel?
I think that's just
right.
he was trolling.
I think so too.
I think
Or
that was
people who
so.
get
So a lot of them were trolling. A lot of them was absolutely trolling. It was awesome to see some of the trolling.
Yeah.
But
yeah, they were.
Yeah, like Darth Vader masks. I remember seeing.
Yeah, that was. It had to be trolling.
Yeah, I tried to go into Kroger with my Michael Myers mask. They just told me to get out.
You had a mask on.
I had a mask on,
Deadpool, I'm not sure what you mean by this comment. QAnons said to watch out for deep state AI deepfakes. President Trump never talked like that before. Are you talking? I don't know what you're thinking there, Deadpool. Expand for me. Let me know what you're thinking.
Might be about that letter he supposedly wrote a picture around it. Maybe that's what he's talking about.
I heard about that. The Wall Street Journal reported.
Yeah. And they're supposed to be getting sued over that. Trump's going to sue them or whatever. But
maybe, Jerry. I hope that's what's happening. I guess as long as he's going to take us in a good direction. But that kind of ties in with my theory, Jerry, though, that they're just all trying to kind of vie for the top position, of who's leading the New World Order. Either way, it's a New World Order,
I've gotten cynical lately. I'm almost to the point now. It's it's like when we had Biden in office, he did everything he possibly could to, and did what he did, and it pushed everybody to go to right. Like even Democrats and everything else went right and voted Republican. Right. And now with Trump doing what he's doing with the Epstein list and acting like he never was and all that BS. It's like they're pushing it back the other way. Now they're going to push it back left. I think it's just that definitely. Divide and conquer, two wings, the same damn bird bullshit.
Constant political pendulum swing,
And it's on purpose. It's intentional.
Yeah.
An intentional pendulum swing. So it just keeps us divided and fighting each other.
So now here's another thing to keep in mind too, is that viruses can be transmitted through your eyes. So technically, like putting a face mask on doesn't do anything unless you also cover your eyes.
Wait, what? What is that? What are you talking about, Jam? Viruses can be.
Yeah.
I think you're trolling me.
No,
Why would you do that?
what do they call it? Where anywhere that there's moisture, basically.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah,
your
I
eyes
understand.
are-
I thought
yeah.
you were teasing. Never mind. I was in a different zone. I get what you're saying. Yes. Clearly. And that makes sense. But some people did. That's why they had the shields. You remember like all the plastic
Oh
shields
yeah.
everywhere that were up and
It had the
people who
shields,
were
but then
wearing
you
safety
wrap a
goggles.
you reach around them and hand people money, and it had the regular face shields, and that was
Like
it's a wild
250
time.
years,
I was
300.
waiting for
It's
people
not
to
very
put
long, I
a
don't think.
plastic bag over their head and tie it
I was
up.
kind of hoping for some of them. They needed to make sure it was super tight right around their neck.
Yeah, well, those same people are probably part of the global genocide, so,
Ain't no virus gonna get me.
Yeah.
Okay, Mary says, remember the Special 9? Athletic women chosen to go to Antarctica like 7 to 8 years ago. We never heard more. It was right after the world leader trip to Antarctica. Interesting.
Yeah. Whatever
I
happened
bet
with
they
that?
gathered their DNA for that trip. The 9 most athletic women.
I'm gonna have to look into that. I forgot all about that. Yeah, that was a thing.
Yeah.
I heard y'all talking. I was listening while I was driving and everything, and I heard y'all talking about chemtrails and stuff like that. I heard a lady talking about, not to switch the subject if you don't mind, but I heard y'all talking about it, and I seen the lady talking about it. Like she was talking about like she hadn't seen any chemtrails. She hadn't seen none in a while, but I seen when I went to camping on the 4th weekend. I seen some at night, but I haven't seen them none during the day. So it's like they're doing them at night, and then what do y'all think about the oh dang it, I forget about the guy's he's been all over the I got this stuff saved on my computer here. Well, he's been on all the news reports talking about weather, cloud seeding and stuff. He's all of a sudden he come out of nowhere. I've been
Well, there's two people. There's the guy from the EPA. We played a clip about that earlier, who said that he's going to give out all the information. He's going to release all the information. But he is saying he's actually talking about contrails. It's like they were gaslighting. It's like he was gaslighting. He's acting like he's going to give the information about chemtrails and geoengineering, but he's really talking about contrails and not going into the chemtrails at all. But there's another guy, when you're talking about, who works for a Rainmaker. I believe
he's the CEO. Yeah, he's 25, and he's another one that I seen. He was part of that. Peter Thiel.
Yes.
Had that program where he actually dropped out of college and he gave him $100,000. Now it's actually $200,000, and so that to maybe use for something else, but a lot of this, a lot of the companies and stuff that the people that's been through that program is worth a lot of money. It's pretty interesting. But then you start looking into Peter Thiel and with his Palantir and even talking, he's even talked about Antichrist and stuff like that. It's it's a big rabbit hole. Like but the CEO of Rainmaker, he just come out of nowhere, and there's not really a whole lot on him other than he dropped out of college, and there's very, very little. But all of a sudden now he's kind of the face of it. It's kind of like they're going to use him to maybe
isn't
as a
that how it always
scapegoat.
goes?
Yeah,
it's like these people that have been groomed for this their whole lives.
Exactly. I think that's part of the. You take this money and you do what we want you to do. And we'll put you in power and put you with some money but you have to do what we want you to do and say what we want you to say.
It's interesting. I've never heard them talk about using the cloud seeding to put out wildfires, though.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Well, my understanding is what they are telling us is that the cloud seeding it works for like a couple of days. Is what I'm pretty sure this guy from Rainmaker said. But who knows if that's true or not? I mean, who knows? Yeah, Deadpool, I remember a lot of people saying that they were sick, and my family was really sick in November, the end of November, beginning of December, before they said that COVID was even here. There were tons of people throughout the years on YouTube that have said that they experienced it then too. And there was something that came out like, I want to say just maybe 2 or 3 months ago that I shared on here that was saying it's like a peer-reviewed study that says that that is probably the case, that COVID was actually out way before they said it was here.
Oh yeah, a friend of mine had all the symptoms and was
See you, Larry.
living with me
Mhm.
for a little bit, and he was sick as
Right,
all
strictly.
and but he had all the symptoms, and that's before they started calling it. And then luckily I never did get sick, or maybe that's the reason I didn't really get sick, because maybe I got a little, just enough for me to get the
Fight it,
antibodies
yeah.
and fight it off, so
Mhm.
but I never did, luckily, get any of that mess. So but
Good to
yeah,
see you, Rank.
he was right here living in my house with me, so I know
Mhm.
I know it wasn't as terrible as they said it was, for sure.
Strictly, see, you're saying these things like it's only true for MAGA. How is that any different than people who were voting for someone that was never even elected to be running for president in Kamala? Someone who gave almost no plans. Like, how can you say MAGA has all the parts required to define a cult? A charismatic leader, an authoritarian doctrine, a hatred of outsiders, and a devoted following. You're being part of that hatred of outsiders and a devoted following by being here and sharing all these comments against MAGA because you think we're all MAGA.
I'm not MAGA. I guarantee you I'm not
doing the
MAGA.
thing you're talking about.
He thought it was Man Love Monday.
Yeah, it's I mean, surely the extreme left, the extreme both sides are kind of cult like. They really are. If you got the extreme left and
absolutely.
the absolute extreme left are just as cult
Right,
as the
Ronnie?
far extreme right. Because no matter what happens with Trump, he is a god to some
That
of the
baby.
people, and there are people like that, and there are lots of them on the left side. Because no matter what they say, it's like with all the flags and stuff. You turn around every day, we got to hang this flag. I'm like, man, I feel bad for these people because they got to buy stock in every flag in the country, in the world, because you never know which one they're supposed to hang up that day,
Right.
and protest or be mad about, and and hopefully they got all their medication, and it's
Right,
in their system that day. It's wild to see the more and more how much more medicated the far left is too, and it's kind of correlates that thought process. But there's a lot of people sitting in the middle though. And there's a lot of
Right,
people
Mary?
that they're calling out. I know myself, and like on my show, we call out both sides every
Exactly.
show, and that's what you need to do. We don't need to be political, just with our side, like right or left,
Not even
party lines.
strictly.
We need to forget that. Just call out who is doing wrong. If they're doing wrong, let's
Who is that one?
hold them to the fire.
Yeah, that's part of being
absolutely.
independent
Agree
and
completely.
objective.
Absolutely.
Say that again, JM. Sorry, I was talking at the same time. Go ahead.
Sorry, it's all about part of being independent and objective. Right? If
Yes,
you buy
agreed.
into any one side, how can you be objective?
Yeah.
Everybody's wrong. Nobody can be right.
That's some Orwellian logic there, though. What? Bonnie says, "Did you all hear Connie Francis passed today? R.I.P."
The
Who is
actress.
Connie Francis? What would she have played that I would know?
I saw the article earlier where she passed, and it just totally slipped me.
Yeah, I'm sure others will know. All right, Nuke.
Wasn't born yet.
Exactly, Navy vet. It's ridiculous. All right, I'm trying, you guys. I'm trying to catch up. There's so many great comments. I don't want to miss them. That's funny. Dark said I saw a biker use a thong as a COVID mask.
Nice.
That was probably more of a statement than anything else.
Hey, you got to have a little bit of fun, right?
For sure. Life's too short not to have fun now.
Yeah, right, Deadpool. I mean, I don't know how he's going to survive that one. A real biker, not a cyclist. Yeah, I figured. Right, Snooks. Yeah, Florida had lower alleged COVID rates than most states too. Was that V that said it, Navy? Did she say it? I missed it. Oh, I think she did. Yeah, talking about the eyes. I think you're right.
Yes.
I'm not going to make a short of it, V. If you know, you know.
Right.
Jerry, I hope so. He says, could be the good world order. Pray positive thoughts. I hope so. I hope there's like, white hats at work, and I hope so. I think it's possible. There's people who've known about this way longer than I have. And there's people in government that have spoken out about it. There's people in the past. There's, like we said, all these movies and books and things. You can go all the way back to the 20s and see, them talking about some of these things. Metropolis, people knew. So maybe there were enough people that knew that, they're at work and we just don't maybe see the bigger picture, or I don't know. We'll see. Darn mucus membranes. Right. I agree with you there, Strictly. Both the Dems and the Republicans serve the super wealthy, not we the people. Yeah, so am I.
No doubt.
And I agree. I think that we are not represented, which also means we shouldn't be paying taxes.
Right.
It shows you aren't being represented. Like that example of that guy that you showed earlier being arrested and the felony and all that type of stuff,
Yeah. Yeah, it's insane. I see what you're saying, Deadpool. He's never talked like that before. Yeah, I don't know. It was definitely surprising to hear him say it. And he's not, he didn't back off of it. It's not like he said, okay, I was pissed and I really want to focus on Texas. You know what I mean? Or whatever. Like he didn't, he can do that. He could actually say that he was in the wrong. It would actually set a great example for a lot of people. But he doesn't do that. Right, mystery face recognition software. Yeah, I heard that was a part of the real reason behind the social distancing was because it was helpful to train the AI to recognize our gait and everything, like not just our face, but other being able to identify us in other ways, which makes sense to me.
Oh yeah,
for sure. And I think they were honing in on the eyes also, because retina scans and getting into the deets. I don't know if any of you have seen, there's a video of Walmart self-checkouts and how
the cameras.
Yeah, the cameras at the Walmart self-checkout, how they what they see, and it's just a trip.
Did y'all hear about the supposedly Microsoft and Kroger come together and they're going to be? I don't know if it's true. No, I didn't get a chance. I just read it right before I started having class a little bit ago. So, but it was talking about Microsoft, and so I haven't got the fact check it or anything like that. But I seen Microsoft and Kroger tie together, and they're going to start using the cameras to, they got those. Some places have those, adjusting prices. So they got the digital boards on the aisle, so the price actually changes during the day. And now they're looking at maybe changing the price for facial recognition. So I guess if you look poorer, they might lower the price or raise the price. I don't know what the concept is.
Yeah, it's called dynamic pricing, and they are doing that based on your shopping and.
Yeah, I hadn't seen the time frame in the one where if if they're busier or the stock is lower, they've changed the price.
It sounds like equity versus equality. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's
definitely unfolding because Kroger's also partnered with, I guess, the government, DMV. They're rolling out these kiosks in Kroger's where you can go get real IDs or different stuff like that directly from the kiosk. So that makes sense. Full integration across the board.
Yeah, that's just gonna make me go F Kroger, and I won't be going back.
Yeah.
I worked for them for 8 years. I ain't too happy with them anyway. So I rather I rather shop at little stores anyway.
A singer. Okay, thanks, you guys. Connie Francis was a singer that passed away.
Okay.
That's Snooks. Snooks be mooning them. You walking down around Kroger, tell them they're number one as you walk through the aisles. You know.
Yeah. That's crazy. You see the price on the spaghetti noodles for this person that just got them, then you walk up to them and they go up an extra $4, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Wow. Pretty sure there was a movie where that happened.
Well, I know I've seen the footage of where they're doing it through the day. I hadn't seen it for the people, like per person, like it changes, but I knew I seen through the day, like, or if stock on the item gets low, they'll change the price to slow it. Or they already do that. They already move. You know, they use music through the store to either slow you down in the store to make you shop more, or they'll make you hurry up and get out. You know, during rush hour days. If you ever go in the store, you notice that if like during rush hour time, like 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, you look at it, they're playing like really upbeat music. But if you go in there like 8 o'clock in the morning, it's all real slow.
Like elevator music,
real down. Just it makes you turn around, and the intent is to make you drag your feet and so you can look more. And the more you look, the more you're, hey, I could use that too, and throw that in the basket.
sounds and lighting have that effect on people. We did a Old Navy. We did several Old Navy remodels, and they rolled out this new package, which was a light where they could control different seasons and different lighting patterns based on sales and where they put stuff. And the higher ups had figured out, you know, they put certain lightings or do certain things a certain way, it'll sell more product.
Well, that's
True,
part of
Mary.
why we put the fresh baked bread at the front. So when you walk in, you get hit with that smell of fresh bread, and it makes
Draws
you
you in.
And then you buy more.
Snook says, I don't go to Kroger, but if I did, I'd be mooning them.
Absolutely.
I know that AI, or what's that company? We were just talking about them. The ones that are Palantir. Thank you. Palantir just paired with Mattel. So keep an eye on your kids' toys because they'll be keeping an eye on them.
Yep.
Yeah. I seen that. Yeah, that's crazy just to think about. Like, you know, you could have a real life Chucky doll before it's all over with.
Right?
Yeah, they are coming out with that. That is true.
There's some
Allegedly.
dark Black Mirrors about that.
Yeah, you turn around and you'd have, you know, or, you know, there's dolls that, you know, talk. You already had, you know, we had Teddy Ruxpin or something like that back in the day, but, you know, now you could have it where they could truly tell them what they wanted them to tell. You know, they sitting there and start whispering at night or something, you know, and twisting their poor little minds at, you know, especially at a young age.
Did you hear what happened to that guy that would, I guess he took ownership or possession of some of the Ed and Lorraine Warrens, the one who did The Conjuring and Annabelle, who all that stuff was based on. Well, he took ownership of the Annabelle doll. And I don't know if it was over the weekend, but he was on like a tour showing the doll off, and something crazy happened to him. He ain't with us no more.
Yeah, I talked about that Wednesday night on my show. Yeah, it's wild. Elizabeth Warren told him that,
you
know, leave that doll alone, leave it in the box, don't mess with it. And the only you know, it might be a whole bunch of coincidence. Everywhere it's gone, there's been fires and prison breaks. You know, yeah. Why take the chance? I'm not gonna go visit with it. I ain't getting nowhere near it.
Mary said, I haven't seen any comments about Trump's health and now increased stroke risk. Like, how's that warp speed working out for you now? Well, first of all, I don't believe that he ever got any mRNA, and I'm sure that he is not injected like most of them with mRNA. But I think, I can't remember, when he said he got the vaccine, he was talking about something I never remember the name of it. We've looked it up here before, you guys, and I still don't remember it. It was something that was really common at the beginning. It was like an alternative type of treatment. I'm still not gonna remember it. Maybe it'll come to me later. It had to
You
do
know,
with like. Do you remember what I'm talking about, Ricky?
I was gonna say, I mean, this is on that where we are taking, I guess you say liberties as thinking they truly got the same thing we got,
No, I don't think that at all.
They probably, like, yeah, look, we did this, and and they got,
Right.
sugar water or something invented, anything,
Right.
not what we got.
Yeah.
Or well, what they were giving everybody, because I sure didn't get it.
But I did hear, right, me neither. But I did hear about his health as far as like he's having swelling. He had to go to the hospital for like an evaluation or something. But I don't know. I wonder if that's some kind of distraction. But I mean, they have the obviously top of the line. We probably don't even know what healthcare, so I'm sure he'll be fine.
He's not a spring chicken though. He's in his 80s,
Yeah.
so
Right. Agreed with that, Jerry. Right. Yeah. No, I know. We're tracked all the time. Our flat screen TVs, cell phones, security cameras watch us 24/7, 365. Our phones take a picture every 20 seconds. Also, Wi-Fi is mapping us all the time. Wi-Fi, if you have Wi-Fi in your home, it can map your home and it can map where you are. So, I mean, we're all being tracked very closely. And then the other devices, like for a while when you'd walk out of Costco, I'm a big Costco shopper, but you'd walk out of Costco and they'd have like all the smart appliances right there, like on demonstration, like right by the exit. How many monitors is that? And then think about the kids. I've talked about this before, but think about the kids in schools. They're all on camera not 24/7, the entire time they're there. There's screens in front of their faces. There's a smart board in most schools now, in most classrooms, that I'm sure has a camera on it, whether it says that it does or not. And then they have their screens that they're doing half of their curriculum, at least half of their curriculum on. So they're definitely gathering data on all of the kids.
and you get the wearables. They want us to have wearables in the next 4 or 5 years. And you have Elon's.
No, it wasn't. Sorry, guys. Hold on. Sorry, Ricky.
Go
It wasn't
ahead.
hydroxychloroquine, and it wasn't ivermectin. Those both, I know. That they had to deny the effectiveness of those because that's how they could get the emergency, approval. No, it was something else. It was a different kind of like. It was some kind of like gene therapy, and I'd never heard of it before, but it was something that I heard about a lot then, and the term always escapes me. Real recognizes real. That's right, Snooks knows. And thank you very much for the super chat. Appreciate that. Oh, I'll see if I can find it up. Yeah, okay. There, it was monoclonal antibodies. Thank you. There you go, Bran. Bran got it. Monoclonal antibodies. That was what he was being used. And I think it's Dr. Zelinsky. I want to say, no, not Zelensky. Definitely not Zelensky. What was his name? The guy that the protocol, he had created the protocol with vitamin D and zinc. Darn it, I can't remember. But anyway, yes, I think he helped develop that. And that was Trump's physician at the time. And that was working really effectively, which is why it got kind of squashed from public knowledge. But no, I don't think he ever got an mRNA vaccine.
I don't think so. Yeah, but we got they got the wearables coming through. RFK wants everybody to have wearables so they can track all our health, and supposedly going to help us, on that. And then you have Starlink they're going to start dropping where you could have it in phones and have Starlink on your phone, which, on one side is a great concept and is, wonderful. You're out in the country and you can have phone service, but and on the end, that's just another way of tracking. No guaranteed. You don't know exactly where you are, and then you got a bracelet on showing you exactly, your heart rate is and what you're doing, and and it is completely. I ain't gonna get neither one of them.
Cool.
Just being honest, but
no, but I heard new vehicles are coming out with that too, where they track your eyes, possibly your heart rate, and all this sort of thing, and give you warnings if they think you're going to fall asleep or if you're not watching the road.
There are earbuds that I heard about that are coming out. They're supposed to be coming out this year, So they could be out already because they don't think they plan to advertise them this way. But they're earbuds that are basically like a Fitbit. They track your brain waves and they track your health from your ear. So
Yeah. My newest vehicle is a 2006, so I'm good.
Right, exactly. Also,
Everything's paid for, and I ain't buying no new vehicle.
Guess they'll be riding into the apocalypse with a box TV and VCR. Yeah, go for the beta, Al. If you're gonna go all the way. Good to see you, Bruce. I have a song of yours coming up later. Yeah, exactly, Bonnie's. Yeah, the wearables. I mean, there's even internal ones now. They're talking about we showed a video, I think it was last week or the week before, that has the bio tracking that they're going to do with medications, where it's in a pill and it's like a tiny, kind of like a micro receiver, or end transmitter, so that when you swallow it, it's so small, but when you swallow it, the acids in your stomach signal and send a signal to your insurer and your doctor to let them know that you're being a good pleb. Yeah, it's crazy. That might not be considered a wearable, but I have a feeling that's going to be a broad term.
I'm pretty sure they can introduce it to the food supply too.
Oh yeah, it probably already have.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, like, the technology they show us is 20 to 30 years or so behind what they already are doing.
Absolutely. That's I was talking about that Wednesday night. I was thinking about it. There was a lot of like 9/11 conspiracies that well, I think it was a hologram, or something covering it up. It made it look like a jet, and it was actually a missile hit the Twin Towers. I'm like, that's crazy. That's insane. But now we have the technology that could do that. We have with drones and everything, we have the technology to mask stuff and make it look something different. So the possibilities of, hey, they were using it back then, that what they're letting us see now is a very possible. It's only 24 years ago, so it's
dark. I think there's something to that to some level, and I've actually heard that graphene is what is used on a lot of the touchscreen technology has graphene on the surface. Sorry, Ricky.
Oh, you're good.
Hey, Ken. Good to see you. Thanks for coming up.
Good to see you.
I think that he did, Bran. I think that there were quite a few celebrities that talked out about it at the beginning, but then it was like it all just kind of got, shoved under the rug. The monoclonal antibodies. I don't know why I can't say it. Right. They track your health, but they track a lot of other things too. Thank you, John, for the super chat. He says, how we forgot we were sacred. We looked for God in gold and marble and sermons and vaulted ceilings and stained glass reflections, but we forgot the first sanctuary, the one that walks, thinks, and breathes. Oh, that's beautifully said, John.
No. Yep. Do y'all think a Fitbit is safe?
Say that again, Ken?
Would you think a Fitbit would be safe?
No, I don't.
Mm-hmm.
Not at all.
I mean, I just need something. I just need something to keep track of my oxygen level.
And it's the bad thing. Like, some of that stuff is good for stuff. Or you can track your blood sugar and stuff like that if you're diabetic. I mean, it has some positive sides effects. Sides where it actually works good, but it can do that. But it's just that it's tracking you.
Yeah. What else is doing?
Yeah, it's tracking you and letting them know what you're doing and how your health is doing and everything else. It's the only bad thing. But I mean, if you need it to help you live your life better, I mean, it just might be a risk to take for sure. I would think.
I mean, is it something you can take off and put back on to test so it's intermittent at least, or is it something you have to be monitoring 24/7? Right, Jerry?
It would probably be more because my oxygen level usually drops more at nighttime. So I guess
Yes,
while I'm sleeping.
Do not comply, Cheryl. At nighttime you wear it? Yeah.
I mean, no, I don't wear one now, but I've thought about getting one because that's when my oxygen level drops. Most of the time is at nighttime.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that would be a good thing for it.
Thanks for being here. You might see if there's one that doesn't, I don't know. I'm trying to think like a CPAP, if there's something that, I know that's totally different. I'm just saying if there's something like a device that you can wear, I don't know. I'm not familiar enough to know, but if there's a device you could wear that's gathering the information, but it's gathering it locally, it's not gathering it to it's not Wi-Fi, it's not
Yeah.
Bluetooth.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just
like
has
on
it has it shows it.
SD chip
There
or
should be
something like that.
something, but yeah, I
I
mean
think so.
that's the bad thing. Like some of this stuff here is, I mean, it'd be a positive for a lot of people, and it's like on Trouble Minds they're talking about robots and
Yeah,
stuff like
it's really-
that. Last night it was like, hey, yeah, it'd be nice
Right.
for elderly people to could have a robot, if they needed them, if they're by themselves,
Right, that's
and
cool.
kind of take care of them. But then on the other end, you got all this crazy stuff that they go haywire, or they program to, once they get to a certain point that they supposed
Right.
to take you out, is one of the scary things you had to look at. But
Yeah.
that, using technology to make your life better is,
Much love, V. Thanks for
it's
coming
a
up.
double-edged sword.
Yeah. Yeah, Mary, I would say in general, no to Fitbit and no wearables either. If that's the only kind of device you can use for something like an oxygen, if you have a medical condition, you really have to track. But I have seen also videos recently that show that people are getting, and I don't know, I haven't seen this myself, but where it's showing that people are getting like almost like a little burn mark, like a slight burn mark underneath their Fitbits. And then I've seen people saying that when they took them off, they were feeling a lot better. Like there were symptoms that they were getting, like a brain fog, that were going away. So, I mean, that could just be, what's the word I'm looking for? Like situational or anecdotal. Maybe that's not widespread, but I wouldn't be surprised. Right? Ozark says if they're tracking me, they're really bored. See, but that's what we all thought about the Patriot Act, right? We all thought like, well, they're not going to be monitoring me. What do I, they don't need to monitor me for anything. But they're still making money off of you. Oh, I agree about that, Jam. Oh, okay. Bonnie says I use a non-connected monitor. Okay. Well, maybe Bonnie, if you have like a brand or something you're willing to share that would maybe work for Ken, that could be something he could look into.
Yeah, because I'm actually trying to get right now. All I'm using like inhalers, but I'm trying to get my doctor to change over to the nebulizer because when they used it when I was at the hospital, I could breathe a lot better.
Hey, Dee, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Right. Yes, Regeneron. There we go. Bran, you always pull through. Bran says Regeneron. That was the name. Yes, that was the name of the monoclonal antibody concoction that the White House was bragging about. Yes, Regeneron. And I think it was, if I remember correctly, it was, I think it was like targeted kind of like ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine, where it was, kind of banned to be prescribed by most physicians. Oh, okay. Bonnie says, Ken, give Indy your email and I'll resend info. Or
I'll put it in the private chat.
Yep. Got it. Okay. I'm going to copy that now so I don't forget. All right. I think we're going to switch gears here in just a little bit into music. Are there any pressing topics you guys really want to say something about before we switch gears?
Just keep your eyes open.
Yeah. Yeah, head on a swivel. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, especially for anything that's divisive rhetoric.
Yes, exactly, Dee. That's what we were talking about. We couldn't remember the name earlier.
Because I think the way they're pushing this kiss cam thing, like blowing it up everywhere, I think they're trying to distract us from something.
Right. Yeah. If it's covered by the mainstream, or even if it's covered by like all of the independent journalists, the so-called independent journalists, like the bigger channels, it always makes me want to look elsewhere and see what's going on behind the scenes,
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you, JM, for the super chat. He says, thanks to everyone who pressed the like button. Appreciate you, JM.
It's the right thing to do.
Yeah. All right, I know. I think, okay, speaking of gaslighting, I think that autocorrect is like the biggest gaslighter of everything. It drives me insane. Yeah, it'll change like entire sentences like as I'm pressing send. I swear, it's true. Yeah,
I've
but he
started.
did also brag about taking it. Yes, he did, Bran. I know. And that's where I think, we were talking about that. He uses his words, he picks them very carefully. Like, I think he was asked if I remember correctly, in one clip, they asked him if he'd gotten the vaccine, and he said, yes, I got treatment. And so he said yes, like he had gotten the vaccine, but he then said, I got treatment, and it wasn't the vaccine he got. It was the Regeneron. What were you going to say, Ricky? Glad to hear it, Blue. Jerry, it seems like they're kind of moving on, I don't know if they're going to try to keep making patriots the enemy or not. Maybe they're just going to keep adding more and more enemies until we all are afraid to speak to each other. I think that's kind of the divide and conquer goal. Get us to rat on each other, for perceived, I don't know, crimes against each other.
It's the only way they can do order out of chaos.
Yep. Yeah, maybe. Hopefully we resist it. Hopefully. I think it's very possible that I do think actually that it's very possible that, in emergencies, if you look, if it's not on a national level, although even nationally, when 9/11 happened, united we stand, divided we fall. It brought people together. It brought people together for a purpose that they used it for, but maybe now we're more aware of that. So if if you look at things that are happening, like in Texas, the communities are reaching out and helping each other. And the thing is, maybe that'll backfire on them if it is something that's happening by design, because, what if it's going to be kind of like the internet? We've all connected. We've all learned this much over these last few years where they've been trying to isolate us and divide us. And instead, a whole bunch of us have come together and learned a ton. And maybe it'll be something like that. These bonds that they're forming in these communities. And it's not just local, it's not just directly where that incident happens, whichever one you want to talk about, Maui, or the fires in both fires in California, or the flooding in Texas, because people from all the surrounding communities are sending in help and getting to know those communities too. So maybe that will backfire on them. Maybe people are forming bigger bonds and are going to see beyond the division. I hope so. Right, Snooks, me too.
Well, since the singing's going to start soon, I'm going to hop down because I'm not singing.
It's you 101. not feeling it tonight.
Well, I mean, I did do it for a while, but till I can get my COPD under control, it's kind of hard to sing when you can't breathe. So
autocorrect was invented by my mother-in-law. 101. Your mother-in-law is a piece of work. Yeah, right. I know. I hate autocorrect. Well, Ken, we're praying for your health, and I hope that things improve for you, and I hope that you're able to sing again sooner than later.
All right. I mean, I'm just leaving the panel. I will be in chat. So.
Okay, great. Thanks for coming up and hanging out.
All right. No problem. Y'all have a good night. I'll see y'all in chat.
Yeah. Right, Jerry. Yeah, I did make HCQ at home a couple times, and it seemed to help. It did seem to help. Seems like, of course, they never want the home remedies. All right, let me start getting some songs together here so we can kind of shift gears. Thanks to everybody who's come up to be a part of the conversation. I appreciate you all. I think what I'm going to actually do, no, I'll save that one for another time. I have a video I keep kind of bumping from one stream to another, but it's sort of a positive one, and maybe I'll make sure to play that one next time. But I do really appreciate you all being here, and so much great conversation tonight. Here, I'm going to just drop it to you there, Sloppy there, Bran, so you can grab that, and then I will write it up so I can drop it in the chat. But this first song we're going to play is by Unshackled Spirit, also known as Sal Caruso. And he is amazing. He also has Jaded Spirit, something like that, is another name. But he is so talented, and a lot of his songs are like very different. Like he has all different kinds of songs and sounds that he does, and some with lyrics, some without, and he's just so talented. And then in this video, it's also his own paintings that are in the video. Okay. So I thought this was a good way to kind of kick off the music side of things. All right. Thank you. All right. Here we go. The Vanishing Point by Unshackled Spirit, Sal Caruso. So well done, Sal. Really enjoyed that. Right, Brand says The Vanishing Point, A hint of art class nostalgia there. Yeah, beautiful, beautiful video. Really well done. And just kind of very chill vibe. I appreciate that. Okay. I'm just catching up here in the chat a little bit. Thank you, Snooks.
Do you mind if I interject for a quick second, Indy?
No, go for it. Absolutely.
I just wanted to mention here because there's another Sal, which some of us here know as Salivate Metal. And so 79 enjoys teasing him as well. So her previous comment about Sal fakes his life, that was actually on Salivate Metal.
Good clarification.
Yeah, just so no one takes offense to that. I'm pretty sure she was not
right. Yeah. No, Sal Caruso has a good sense of humor, so I'm glad you clarified, but I'm sure he'd be fine. 79 always causing trouble. I'm here. Thank you so much for the super chat. He says random acts of kindness matter. Absolutely. Totally agree. Yeah. It's been really cool getting to know some of our neighbors where we live now. And that just made me think of it because there are two little kids that are their cousins that are live here that are really close in age to my kids, and they've all just become like besties, and it's the cutest thing. But they are constantly doing random acts of kindness to each other, and it's really like just so encouraging to see, you know, the kids are the teachers sometimes. Right. 79's clarifying too. She only wants to hurt Salivate Metal's feelings. All right. Copy that. Copy that, 79. All right. Okay. This next song, this is by Jesse Wells. I know I played a collaboration he had done to open the stream, but there's so many of his songs I don't even get to play because he puts out so much music. But I really like this one, and it is Changes in the Air. Here we go.
1, 2, 3. Everyone was so depressing in the stupid white shoes. I ain't got the same bliss, I ain't got the same blues. White trash holding hands in the Cumberland Road. That's you and me, honey. At the wheel of the wind, not doing what we're told. That's you and me, baby. And I don't know a thing. I feel just like a boy, but I know that both sides of the thing that we're flipping are on the same chord. It's gonna be a long, cold winter, but I'm glad we got to hang. But things stay the same around here. There's gonna have to be some changes. I ain't talking about your hair. Changes in the air, yeah. Tell me about them Saudi princes. Tell me what have you seen? I'll tell you about them brown-eyed Midwestern women listening to bad company. It's gonna be a long, cold winter, but I'm glad we got to hang. But things will stay the same around here. There's gonna have to be some changes. I ain't talking about your hair. Changes in the air, yeah. I never wanted this for you. You never wanted for nothing at all. I got problems like a space station, honey. Troubles like a Russian doll. I never wanted this for you. You never wanted for nothing at all. I got problems like a space station, honey. Troubles like a Russian doll. It's gonna be a long, cold winter, but I'm glad we got to hang. The things that stay the same around here. There's gonna have to be some changes. I ain't talking about your head. Changes in the air, yeah.
Great song and great message. Always like Jesse Wells. Here's hoping some changes are in the air. I haven't done the Wheel of Names yet, but I will for everyone who's donated. And thank you to everybody. Appreciate all of the support. I do have the Mo emoji for Wildlife Watch with Mo, who won last week. So you can see that icon. I don't know. On the phone, it's really small. I hope you guys can see it better on your computers. But it's actually a deer with a little squirrel up on top. It made me think of Fatso. If you know, you know. And I hope Mo likes it. Yeah, great song. All right, good. Some shout outs to Mo. Mo is amazing. Her streams are really just so peaceful, and it's a great place to go and chat or just go and listen to nature and just watch, keep it up on your TV screen, whatever. But I really appreciate that she shares all of this beautiful nature with us. And Mo also is in chat supporting people and channels all the time. So big shout out to you, Mo. Much love. John says, truth is not centralized. It's seated in many. You're not the whole fire, but your spark matters. Ooh, I love that, John. Beautifully said.
Oh, there's Mo there.
Ah, perfect. Someone said Fatso. Much love to you, Mo. I'm glad you're here. Happy lurking. You don't have to stay, but thank you. And I do appreciate you and all of your support. Hey,
She's got some incredible cameras, too. Getting some of that footage is incredible.
Oh, yeah. Like the eagles.
Mm-hmm.
Amazing. All right. Okay, let's keep the great music going. The link is pinned at the top of the chat for any musicians who want to come up to either perform or sing live or to have your videos played. The more the merrier. Don't feel like you need a personal invite. You are all welcome. All right. As long as I recognize your name or I can quickly check out your channel. Okay, I guess there's a little caveat on that. All right. This is the latest from Matt McClure. I absolutely love this guy. His voice is something else, right along with his beard. And his lyrics, I mean, they just hit every time. I really appreciate him. He also does something called Matt's Monday Minute that are just kind of like little inspiring shorts. And yeah, I don't know. It's kind of nice. They pop up in my feed every once in a while, and I'll go check them out. And I'm always glad that I did. So make sure you're subbed up to Matt McClure. I appreciate that he's staying independent as well. All right, here we go. Buried Me Alive.
Where flowers used to bloom, now stands a stone with my name upon it. Oh, how the hell could you throw my heart on the ground and trample on it? Tell me, does the dirt beneath your nails ever bother you at all? You took away the air and I don't know if I'm breathing now or not. You buried me alive, and the weight of your memory is heavy and caught upon my skin. me alive. How did I end up here? Left in the dust by someone I trusted. Oh, at first it wasn't real. A blade in my back, I never saw it coming. Tell me, does the blood beneath your nails ever bother you at all? You took away the air and I don't know if I'm breathing now or not. You buried me alive, and the weight of your memory is heavy and cold upon my skin. And what I feel for you inside is like a burning ember trapped somewhere in the ashes of time. Buried me alive. I tried to lay it all to rest, but a heart for who we were is still beating in my chest. You buried me alive, and the weight of your memory is heavy and cold upon my skin. Oh, and what I feel for you inside is like a burning ember trapped somewhere in the ashes of time. You buried me alive, buried me alive, you buried me alive. Oh.
Such a beautiful song and such a powerful message. Who hasn't felt stabbed in the back, in one way, shape, or form? Very relatable. I like that, John. And when others arrive, blinking in confusion, speak softly. You do not need to explain the garden. You only need to walk in it. Oh, I love that. That reminds me of my mom's favorite hymn, In the Garden. And I have a video of that with my daughter that we sang. And it's something I sing to my kiddos at nighttime. And yeah, it's a beautiful song, and it goes right along with that. Bon, good to see you back. Thanks for being here. All right. Right. Bran, you cracked me up with the Lorax reference. Yeah, I like both Matts. I concur.
And the Lorax still wasn't quite as cool because I don't think the Lorax had the full beard. He had the mustache going.
Right. It was the huge, it's like the reverse Lorax. Right, Bon? I know. All of his songs are like that. Jinx Snooks. Okay. All right. This next one is a beautiful collaboration with Sloan and Swan Porter, and it's If We Meet Again Somehow, the lyric video.
sacred sounds of angry whispers. The troubles may resume. And I cannot stay, but I wish I could follow. Like another body underneath brings you to tomorrow. And I am not fall, but I wish I could swallow this urge to fill the feeding voids, stomach as I hollow. If only you could see you like I do. Only you could see you like I You take your final bow, I won't be there to see you. We meet again somehow, I'll know you didn't mean it. If you take your final bow, I won't be there to see you. We meet again somehow, I'll know you
Really beautiful and kind of haunting song. I like that one a lot. Welcome back, MB. Glad you're still here or back to listen. We've got music we're in right now. Yeah, I don't know. I'm taking receipts, Mary. I definitely think you were part of that. I'm pretty sure you're the one that threw down the gauntlet to both Snooks and Matt. Just saying. John, so these are things I was going to ask you, John. These are your own quotes. These are your own thoughts that you've written down, not quoting someone else. That's pretty amazing. Got a knack with words, which doesn't surprise me. Rhodey, it's good to see you. Thank you for being here. All right. I'm sorry to hear that, Blue. She said, my best friend died from allegedly long COVID. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people who've died from a lot of things they're saying that I think we know the reality of the situation. And hopefully there'll be accountability at some point in one way, shape, or form. You know? Thank you, Snooks, and to all my mods for sharing out links and supporting one another. Appreciate you guys. All right. Make sure you're connecting up with each other. It doesn't cost anything to go over and sub and hit the like. If you leave a comment, even better. Make sure that your sub will stick. But everybody in here whose links are being dropped, all of you who have content on your pages, you know, there's a lot of really talented people in here in music, in politics, in crafting and prepping and survival, and arts and crafts. I mean, there's so many great channels out here. So appreciate you all being here. Nature watching, karaoke. All right. Yeah, let me see. I think I missed something here. Okay. Oh, I like that. Blood makes you related. Love makes you family. Love that. All right. Lurkers don't matter, Imir says. Nah, most lurkers matter. Some can F right off. You know who you are. If you know, you know. All right. Let's keep going with the music. All right. This is by Dave Thomas Jr. He's amazing. I love every one of his songs that I've heard. I think I've shared one or two of his here before, but this one I just really appreciate and love the lyrics and everything about this one. And I really encourage you to go and sub up his channel, check out his other songs, because like I said, they're all great. Here's All Roads Lead to You. Beautiful love song. Here we go.
They're higher than the mountains in the distance. These memories of you that never fade. I try to whisper something in the silence, but since I breathed you in, I can't exhale. I can hold back the tide in the morning. I can roam by the light of the moon, but somehow it don't matter where I go, 'cause all roads lead to you. You won't believe my tears became an ocean, and now I lie here washed up on the shore. And every seventh wave I know I count 'em, to you.
Really beautiful. Another one that's a little haunting, right? Yeah, really well done. I lurked. Lurking helps with discernment. Just saying. Nice tune. Right, Jerry? Yeah. I don't lurk very often. I really don't, but there are a couple places that I will. Usually I'll at least go in and say hi. Priority is not division. It is a sacred fusion. She is the mirror. He is the flame, and both are needed to see clearly. Ooh, I like that too. Keep it coming, John. Love this. Oh, there we go, Bran. But he that refraineth his lips is wise. A lot of watchers out there, a lot of observers, and they can go both ways. People can definitely use the information they gather on others in less than benevolent ways, unfortunately. Yeah, agreed, Snooks. John does write beautifully. Thank you, Mary. I agree. Lovely music. Okay. All right. Let me go ahead and pull up another song here. The link is pinned if anybody wants to come up to join us, but I am enjoying getting through all these videos, you guys. I don't usually get to play this many all in a row. Okay. This is by 15th Bend. It's his song Eternal, and it's let's see if I get this right, the Ghost of Tsushima tribute. So this is a video game, I believe, and that's the images in this video, and he added his music to it, and it's beautiful, of course, because it's 15th Bend. 15th does his live streams, his indie music roller coasters on Thursday nights. Make sure that you're subbed up. Always a great time, a really good community over there of truly great people who are really supporting each other and looking out for each other, and then also amazing music. So, a lot of familiar faces over there too. All right, here we go, Eternal.
The Ghost. Some say he is a storm.
Absolutely stunning. Love, love, love that song and the video too. Well done, 15th. John says, can you trace the roots, not just into history, but into longing? The tree still stands, not in Eden, but within. Love that. Tony Howie, it's good to see you. Thank you for being here. Much love to you. Yeah, agreed. 15th is a great talent. New album is fabulous. Absolutely. Yeah. I put the link to order the digital copy of 15th's new album. It is really beautiful. There's a lot more of his lyrics on it, his singing, which I really appreciate. It's really beautifully done. Check it out. Okay. The link is pinned if anybody wants to come up to either perform live or to have your videos shared. You are all welcome. All right. Bruce says, I think I saw Tate in that video. Right. Agreed. Okay. All right. Where are we at in our list here? Okay. This is a flashback of Bruce Levering. Bruce, I know it said it in the description. If you want to tell us if you remember what year this was from. And this is his cover of Neil Young's Old Man. Here we go.
Old man, look at my life. I'm a lot like you were. Old man, look at my life. I'm a lot like you were. Old man, look at my life. 24 and there's so much more. Live alone in a paradise that makes me think of two. And I've been first and last. Look at how the time goes past. But I'm all alone at last, rolling home to you. Take a look at my life, I'm a lot like you. I need someone to love me the whole day through. I want to look in my eyes and you can tell that's true. Lullabies look in your eyes, hang around the same old town. Doesn't mean that much to me, to mean that much to you. And I've been first and last, look at how the time goes past. But I'm all alone at last, rolling home to you. Take a look at my life, I'm a lot like you. I need someone to love me the whole day through. I want to look in my eyes and you can tell that's true. Old man, look at my life, I'm a lot like you were. Old man, look at my life, I'm a lot like you were.
All right. Love that, Bruce. Really well done. He said it was probably around 1975 and the song for the picture and the song recording around 1996. Okay. Really well done, Bruce. All right. Go check out Bruce's more recent music as well. Great channel. Glad you're here, Bruce. Okay. Right. Neil had good songs but bad politics. Yeah. All right. Just catching up here in the chat a little bit. Right. Glad you're all here hanging out. Appreciate you all here to hang out and listen to music together and just kind of get to chill. You know, kind of like we had a bonfire and we could all just hang out together. Okay. Keep going, Imir. See if you can get Blue to come join the panel sometime, anywhere. Your channel, Blue, Imir's channel, my channel. I would love to hear you. I've heard you a little bit in your videos you had before, but it'd be great to have some conversation. Right, Mo? She says, love it, Sir Bruce. Or is it Brucey? I'm not sure which way that one goes. Oh, thank you, Lily, for the super sticker. Really appreciate that. We'll add you to the wheel, see if we get an emoji for next week. Right, exactly, Imir. That's what I was thinking. Blue and Garrett can come up together. Some first timers. I'd say no pressure, but there is some pressure. There's some pressure. All right. That was awesome, Bruce. Thank you for sharing that and letting me share it here with everybody. Okay. All right. I'm just catching up here. That's right, Bon. Got a couple bonfires. Say bonfire? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right. Okay. This next one is amazing. This is by Zio Fender and Soundtrack, and this is his latest, New Dreams. And I love the video along with this. Really beautiful. If you're not watching, make sure you look. Here we go. Really beautiful. That's a good question. What happens to the old dreams when the new dreams come in? Points to ponder, Nuke. All right, yeah, exactly. Tony, that's how we feel when we hear you too. Tony, how he says, "Oh yes, Zio." Exactly. Well put. And I agree, Wayne. It's good to be away from the mainstream. Very cool song. Nice guitar. I agree. Hey, Steve-O, good to see you. Thanks for coming up. And
Hello.
Thank you, Bran, for being here and helping for the whole first half plus. Appreciate you. I hope that you have a great night. And Ricky had to jump down for a phone call. So much love to you, Ricky. Thanks for being here. Yeah, absolutely. What better influence can you have than Pink Floyd, especially for guitar? Amazing. How are you doing, Steve-O?
I'm doing good. You?
Yeah, doing pretty well.
Yeah. Cool.
Good to
Having a
see
good
you,
night
Steve.
so far.
Yeah.
I was not planning to sing tonight, Imir. I don't know. I've been a little I don't know. I'm a little discouraged about singing these days, to be honest. So I don't think I'm going to sing tonight, but I might sometime soon. Steve-O, are you going to sing for us tonight?
Yeah, I brought one up. We lost Connie Francis the other day.
Yes, I was just hearing about that. What would be a song of hers that I would recognize?
Probably this one that I'm going to sing. It's called "You're Gonna Miss Me."
Okay, I think I know this one. I'm glad you're sharing one. This came up earlier, and I'm not familiar with the name, but I bet I'm familiar with her music.
Okay, let me go ahead and share this one. Yeah, it's an old one, but yeah, it takes me back to the stuff my grandparents used to listen to.
Oh, cool. Okay.
So I'm not going to do it in the voice of Connie Francis. This is going to be in a male voice, but you should pick up on the lyrics anyway. So here we go for Connie Francis. May she rest in peace. One kiss, one little sigh, that's all you gave me when you said goodbye. But someday, baby, someday, darling, you're gonna miss me. Long gone is your caress, and with it all my happiness. But someday, baby, someday, darling, you're gonna miss me. Oh, yes. One of these nights you'll wake up crying, but I won't be there to comfort you. You'll turn on the light, but you'll go on crying, 'cause only my true love can chase away your blues. Oh yeah, you're gonna learn I'm not the only one whose heart will burn. 'Cause someday, baby, someday, darling, you're gonna miss me. Miss me, miss me, miss me. Someday, baby, someday, darling, you're gonna miss me. Oh, yeah.
That was awesome, Steve-O. And I do recognize that song. Well, rest in peace. And did you know what she
Thank you.
passed from? Did you hear?
Yes. They did not release what it was, but I'm thinking, older age.
Mm-hmm.
I believe she
Okay.
was up in her 80s.
Yeah. I'll have to check out more of her music. There was a
Yeah.
question to you from Ken. Have you heard from Creek? I know he had done a community. He said today a community post that he's doing
Yes.
pretty well. I was glad to
Creek
hear
is doing well. He's, going through some changes, and
Mm-hmm.
but he is
Yeah.
doing well, healthfully, healthy wise.
Good. And yeah, I was really glad to see an update over on his post that he did, and sounds like he's making some healthy choices and taking time for himself, which is important. So that's great. Hey, Music Man, good to see you. The link is pinned if you're able to come up and join us, and that's true for any musicians who want to share your music or sing or perform live. Yeah, Music Man, I'll be going for another about hour and a half or so. Something like that, and then we'll go backstage after that. We'll see how this goes. Yeah, it was a great song. Agreed, Lily. Okay. Let's see. Okay, this next one is by Nuke. Hey, Charlie. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. Charlie, I intend to send you an email in regards to something earlier. So I will do that ASAP, probably later tonight / early morning. All right. Much love to everybody coming in and everybody who's here hanging out. We're going to keep the music going. This is a song by Nuke, formerly Nuke, Utah. And yeah, Red Pill, you can come up and show a song if you want to. It'd be great. And this is, I don't know if I'm going to say it right, Samsara. Beautifully done. And this is part of his something something challenge. Is that what you call it? Oh, shush, Nuke. We are not skipping this one. It's great. But it's a photo challenge. You can go and check out his post tab, and he will post photos there at a poll, and usually I'll share it on mine also. I don't know if you have the next poll up yet, New. I'm not sure, but you can let us know in the chat. But it'll have different photos you can pick from, and whichever photo gets the most votes, that is the photo that whatever musicians want to participate can use to be inspired for about 2 weeks to create their own original song. So this was from the last photo challenge, and it is Samsara. Here we go. All right, another well done song. Really like what you're doing, New. And I know you always talk down your own music, but I think everybody really enjoys it. So I hope you continue to create. And I've enjoyed the other musicians who've participated as well. So I hope more people will join in. Okay, very nicely done. All right. Thank you for coming over, Zio. It's good to see you here. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you. And we did play New Dreams a little bit ago, so I hope you'll go back once the chat is back on later. You can go back and see everybody's feedback. It's always, I'm sure, encouraging to see support. 15th. Much love to you. Appreciate you. Real recognizes real eventually. All right. Yeah, I know. I agree, Blue Jay, and thanks for being here, Blue Jay. Great and cool video too. Yes. Yeah. Zio and Tony and 15th and all these musicians. Dynamite Throw is coming up. New. I mean, there's so many musicians here that I never, to be honest, I'm not a person. I'm a lyrics person. I've said this for a long time. Like I'm kind of a lyrics and vibe person mostly, but I have come to so appreciate the guitar and how much emotion can be conveyed through the guitar with or without lyrics. And, I owe that to a lot of you very talented souls. So thanks to all of you who are sharing your music with all of us. It's very much appreciated. Okay. Let's see. Red Pill. Ken, thanks for coming up again. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay.
All right. If you want to go ahead and you can either play a video or you can put the link in the private chat and JM will pull it up to play for us. But I think we'll do the one you already have pulled up first, JM, and then that'll give you some time, Ken, to get that link.
Okay.
All right.
Hello, Ken. Nice to see you.
Good to see you, Steve-O.
Nuke says, you'd hate it if I sang. I sound like a weird Dave Mustaine Beetlejuice wannabe. Well, I don't know. It might mean you have an amazing voice, Nuke, considering how you talk about your music in general. Just saying. Yeah, that was beautiful. Agreed. Such a vibe. Bo says, this tacular 15th. Mm-hmm. Right? Exactly. Jinx 15th, All right. Okay. This next song is by Dynamite Throw and Jaded Soul. Jaded Soul is the other name I was trying to remember for Sal Caruso, aka Unshackled Spirit. Those three are all the same person. Dynamite Throw is someone else. This is a song that they did together, and it's called Opening Move. Here we go. All right. Awesome, awesome song. Again, that was by Dynamite Throw and Jaded Soul, Sal Caruso. Really well done. And I like the video that went along with it as well. Okay, Ken. Wait, let me catch up here in the chat for a second, and then we'll pull up your song, Ken. Ken, you want to tell us anything about this before we play it?
It's just a song that I sung a while back and recorded it.
Mm-hmm.
It's a 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Oh, nice song.
Are you able to put the link in the private chat too? Because that way I can share it out on the YouTube chat.
Yep, I can do that.
Good night, Blue. Much love to you. Thanks for being here and hanging out. I do remember lyrics usually new. I really do. And sometimes, like for me, I'll remember the lyrics of a song, but I won't remember the artist. I'm getting better about it, but I used to really, not pay as much of attention to the artist as I did the music itself.
Often the lyrics wrong.
Right. What do they call that when it's like, the wrong lyrics? There's a word for it, a term for it.
Not sure what that is.
Yeah, it's funny though when people sing the wrong lyrics. Yeah, funky. I agree, Camellia. That was the word that came to my mind too. Thank you, Mo, for the gifted 5 memberships. I appreciate that. Like I said, always showing support. Appreciate you. Hey, good to see you, old Doc Brown. Yeah, we've definitely hit 88 miles per hour and at 1.21 gigawatts a few times, Lauren. Glad you're here in this, this plane with us. Right? Exactly, Wayne. Yep, there's some chess strategy going on there. Get her done. Thought it was good timing to play that one. Okay. Let's see. Okay, let's go ahead and pull up this song. Yeah, and you got the link back there. Awesome.
Yep.
All right. 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
But they're getting us nowhere. I told you everything I possibly can. There's nothing left inside of here. Maybe you can cry all night, but that'll never do with me. The snow is really piling up outside. I wish you wouldn't make me leave here. I poured it on and I poured it out. I tried to show you just how much I care. I'm tired of working, I just want to shout. But you've been cold to me so long. I'm crying out in cold instead of tears. All I can do is keep on telling you I want you. I need you. But there ain't no way I'm ever gonna love you. Don't be sad. Do not be sad. Something that I just haven't got. Only one girl that I will ever love. And that was so many years ago. I know I'll never get it right in my heart. You love me back. So I know. But I remember how you met me on a lonely night. Kissed me and got out of bed. And though I pleaded better not to walk out that door, packed her bag and turned right away. Kept on telling me, kept on telling me, kept on telling me I But that ain't getting us nowhere.
That's beautiful, Ken.
Very nice, Ken.
Yeah. I like 2 out of 3 is a win.
Yeah.
Good comment.
2 out of 3 is a win.
Yeah, that was great, Ken. I wish your vocals were a little higher than the music, but I know it's
Yeah,
all based on your equipment and all of that jazz. I get that. It sounded great.
yeah.
And thank you.
I had a terrible mic at the time as well.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for sharing it with us. All right. Thanks to everybody coming in. I appreciate you all being here and hanging out. We're going to keep the music going. And Music Man, thanks for coming up and joining us. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing good. I'm just getting some music. I didn't expect to jump right on that quick. I hit the button and it put me on. I was like, okay, all right.
That's all right.
I'm pulling a couple songs up and I'll be back.
Okay, great. Perfect. No rush. We're here for about another hour or so. Hey, Brad, good to see you. The link is pinned at the top of the chat if anybody else wants to come up to join us.
Hello, Brad.
We have a pretty short rotation right now, too. Okay, this is a song by an artist I've played here several times. I really, really like his voice, his lyrics, the messages of his songs. Some of his songs are kind of truther songs. Others like this are, more generally relatable. But I love this one. This is one of my favorites of his, and it's When I Fall from Grace by Jeff Bird. Here we go.
Insincere when I say I'm over it. Never mention all the things that I regret. Underestimated past relationships. The darkness interrupted by your face. Oh, to hand out roses doesn't solve the problem. No distraction never seemed to stop them. Wearing a mask only reveals the man you are. Life is always hiding our remains. When I fall from grace, I go all the way. When I guess I throw it all away, but the sun still shines on my face. When I fall, I throw it all away, but the sun still shines on my face.
Wow.
That was
Right?
great.
Isn't that incredible? I
Yes.
know. I've played that one a few times. I just really love his voice, and the message of that, and the video. I mean, all of it.
Great vocals.
Yes.
Right? Good to see you, Brad. Thanks for coming up.
Hello,
Good to
Joe.
see
Hello,
everybody.
Brad.
Good to see you, Brad.
It was the high note. The high note is what.
Just like a siren's call.
I'm like,
Brad.
What? Do I hear
Right,
my
Joe?
people?
Yeah. Yes, you do. Thank you to my mods for slinging links. I appreciate you all, making sure people can connect up. Hi, United Spacers Alliance. I feel like maybe I've seen your name in chat somewhere. Will you let us know how you found us? Thanks for being here. You're welcome. Okay, right? Yeah, great focus too. Good message. All right. Drive safely, Tate. Much love to you. Thanks for being here. Thanks for letting me know you're taking off. Appreciate you. Yeah, I know you guys. I just love that song. I'm telling you, but all of his songs I really do love. Like I said, he has some great truther songs that are pretty. If you go in, there's some things in one of them I want to like go and look up. I've had him up here before. He actually came up for an interview a while back, and I'm kind of hoping I'm going to try to reach out to him and see. There's one in particular that I really love, and I think it'd be really cool if he kind of like walk through it with us and talk about each topic. Maybe we'll do like a special night for that or something. We'll see. Yes, he does, Val. I know. Brad has some high notes in his bag. Yeah.
I mean,
Brad, your voice is amazing.
I've heard it's okay to get high on stream once in a while.
Right. Okay. All right. Let's see. So I think that we are to you, Steve-O. And I've got Steve-O, Music Man, Ken, Joe, and then Bruce. So you can kind of know the order here.
All right. I've never done this
Brad,
one before.
Sorry, Brad, not Bruce.
This is a new one on me. It's probably quicker than I can do. I'll probably mess it up, but I'm going to give it a try anyway because it's a cool song.
That's the spirit. All right,
Here we go with some
right
Nickelback.
Spot here.
I'm through with standing in line to clubs I'll never get in. That's like the bottom of the ninth and I'm never gonna win. This life hasn't turned out quite the way I want it to be. I want a brand new house on an episode of Cribs and a bathroom I can play baseball in and a king size tub big enough for 10 plus me. I need a credit card that's got no limit and a big black jet with a bedroom in it. Gonna join the Mile High Club at 37,000 feet. I want a new tour bus full of old guitars, my own star on Hollywood Boulevard. Somewhere between Cher and James Dean is fine for me. I'm gonna trade this life for fortune and fame. I'd even cut my hair and change my name. 'Cause we all just wanna be big rock stars and live in hilltop houses driving 15 cars. Girls come easy and the drugs come cheap. Well, I'll stay skinny 'cause we just won't eat. And we'll hang out in the coolest bars in the VIP with the movie stars. Every good gold digger's gonna wind up there. Every playboy bunny with the bleached blonde hair. And well, hey, I wanna be a rock star. Oh, hey, I want to be a rock star. I want to be great like Elvis without the tassels, hire 8 bodyguards, and love to beat up assholes. Sign a couple autographs so I can eat my meals for free. Gonna dress my ass with the latest fashion, get a front door key to the Playboy mansion. Gonna date a centerfold that loves to blow my money for me. I'm gonna trade this life for fortune and fame. I'd even cut my hair and change my name, 'cause we all just wanna be big rock stars and live on hilltop houses driving 15 cars. The girls come easy and the drugs come cheap. We'll all stay skinny 'cause we won't eat, and we'll hang out in the coolest bars in the VIP with the movie stars. Every good gold digger's gonna wind up there. Every playboy bunny with the bleak blonde hair. And we'll hide out in the private rooms with the latest dictionary to today's who's who. They'll give you anything that's an evil smile. Everybody's got drug dealers on speed dial. Well, hey, hey, I wanna be a rock star. I'm gonna sing those songs off of the censors. Gonna pop my pills from a Pez dispenser. Get washed up singers writing all my songs. Lip sync them every night so I don't get them wrong. Well, we all just wanna be big rock stars and live in hilltop houses driving 15 cars. Girls come easy and the drugs come cheap. We'll all stay skinny 'cause we just won't eat, and we'll hang out in the coolest bars in the VIP with the movie stars. Every good gold digger's gonna wind up there. Every playboy bunny with the bleached blonde hair, and we'll hide out in the private room with the latest dictionary of today's who's who. They'll get you anything with that evil smile. Everybody's got a drug dealer on speed dial. Well, hey, hey, I wanna be a rock star. Oh, hey, hey, I wanna be a rock star.
Well done,
Something like
Steve-O. That was a great one.
Great job, Steve-O.
That's a
Good
really
job.
fun one, and it fits your voice well. I like that
Thanks.
one. Yeah, thanks, Steve-O.
Thank you.
Yeah, I've never
All right.
heard the original of that.
You introduced Joe to a new song. That's got to be rare.
You don't need the original now. You've got the Steve-O.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. All right. So let me stop what I'm doing there. Come over here. All right. So, Music Man, you are up next if you're ready. And then we'll go to you after that, Ken.
All right. So let's see. Looks like they changed this up a little bit, huh? All right.
Oh yeah, StreamYard, they did change it up a little bit.
Yeah, they have changed some things.
They better, because it was really messing up for a while. All right, little error clip. You got to bring me up still.
Yep. All right, there you go.
There ain't nothing that is wrong wanting you to stay here with me. I know you got somewhere to go. Won't you make yourself at home and stay with me? And don't you ever leave. Lay down, Sally, rest you in my arms. Don't you think you want someone to talk to? Lay down, Sally. No need to leave so soon. I've been trying all night long just to talk to you. Sunny nearly on the rise.
the moon and stars above. Underneath the velvet skies, love is all that matters. Won't you stay with me? And don't you ever leave. Lay down, Sally, and rest you in my arms. Don't you think you want someone to talk to? Lay down, Sally, and no need to leave so soon. I've been trying all night long just to talk to you. Don't you go and say goodbye. You can lay your worries down and stay with me. Don't you ever leave. Lay down, Sally, and rest you in my arms. Don't you think you want someone to talk to? Lay down, Sally, there's no need to leave so soon. I've been trying all night long just to talk to you. Lay down, Sally, I'll rest you in my arms. Don't you think you want someone to talk to? Lay down, Sally, no need to leave so soon. I've been trying all night long just to talk to you.
Woohoo!
Down,
All right,
Sally.
Music Man. That was awesome.
Great job.
Thank you.
Yeah, I like that. Double
Very
pump,
nice.
right?
Something
Yeah.
mellow. Did a little
Some
mellow.
mellow. That was great vibes.
All right. I'll go to the back of the row.
All right, awesome. Thank you. We still have about 45 minutes to an hour or so to go tonight. So hopefully we'll get a couple of rotations in here. All right, let's just keep on going. So let's see. I think that we are to you next, Ken. If you have another song you want to pull up or if you want to sing live.
Yep. Do you see it down there?
Oh, is it down there? Let me check again. Oh, yeah. Okay, here we go. Sorry about that.
Now, this is just a song. I actually wrote the lyrics, but I had AI put music to it.
Okay, thank you for, I appreciate when people let us know that it is AI. I really do appreciate that because eventually we won't be able to tell. All right, here we go. Thanks, Ken.
She moves upon you and hooks your heart. She makes you think you have a new start. It's love to you, but to her, it's a game. It makes you feel as though you're insane. Miss Heartbreaker, she'll make you a fool. Miss Heartbreaker, she's so damn cool. She moves upon you and hooks your heart. She makes you think you have a new start. It's love to you,
but to her, it's a game. It makes you feel as though you're insane. Miss Heartbreaker, she'll make you a fool, Miss Heartbreaker. She's so damn cruel. She moves upon you and hooks your heart. She makes you think you have a new start. It's love to you, but to her, it's a game. It makes you feel as though you're insane. Miss Heartbreaker, she'll make you a fool, Miss Heartbreaker. She's so damn cruel. Miss Heartbreaker.
Nicely written, Ken. I like that song.
Yeah, beautiful lyrics.
Yeah,
Ken.
great lyrics.
Well done. Yeah, I know. There's all these mixed reviews on AI. I'm not gonna lie, it's tough because I'd much rather support artists that are creating it from scratch, without the use of AI.
Yeah.
But I know it's like a tool that's like inevitably coming, and I think for people who don't usually, maybe they wouldn't have the means to write it or create music any other way, it's giving them a way to do it. And I think
Yeah,
that's
it
pretty
is.
neat too,
I see that side too, but
Mhm.
it's just sad because it's like even on Spotify now, a lot of songs that you hear on Spotify are AI and you don't even know it.
Right. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I really appreciate when people put it in there. I heard somewhere that they're supposed to on YouTube at least put it in the video description, but I know that there are some that have not.
I think on YouTube and TikTok, you're supposed to
And on
label it as
TikTok?
AI content.
Actually,
Yeah.
I saw something about YouTube is starting to remove AI artists
Okay.
from the whole thing. Yeah.
Interesting.
I wrote
I'm
a song
wondering-
for my
you must be-
daughter back in 1981, and I can't do music, but I'm not
Mhm.
going to let
Just
AI
love
do it either.
DJ.
Or I haven't had AI do it yet.
Right. Yeah.
I want to find somebody to write music for it. So
There you go. That's a great idea. Collaborations are the way to go. Blue Jay, thank you for being here. Appreciate you being here and hanging out. Much love
Hey,
to you.
Blue
Have
Jay.
a great night.
Good night, Blue Jay.
All right.
Good night, Blue Jay.
Okay, Joe, you are up next.
Okay. This is a song from The Hunchback of Notre Dame that the priest sings about his temptations over Esmeralda
yeah.
the gypsy. It's called Hellfire.
I remember this one.
I've only practiced it a couple of times and I haven't recorded it yet, so
All right,
it's
this will
kind
be
of
great.
a fresh one. So here we go. I have a costume to wear for it too, but I'm not going to put that on.
Of course.
All right, here we go. Wait. Wrong song. I chose the wrong song. I can't believe that. Okay.
Well, I didn't have it added in either, so there we go. Redo.
Yeah, here it is.
Architecture and
Of course, I have to get past
interior
the ad.
design? Find a 3D designer today.
Okay, there we go.
Rose is super nice. She's got a great channel.
Is it shared now?
Yep, you're all set.
Okay, here we go. Confiteo Deo omnipotenti, Beata Mariae, semper Virginia,
Beato Michaeli Arcangelo, Sanctis Apostolis, Omnibus Sanctis. Beata Maria, you know I am a righteous man. Of my virtue I am justly proud. Beata Maria, you know I'm so much purer than the common, vulgar, weak, licentious crowd. Then tell me, Maria, why I see her dancing there, why her smoldering eyes still scorch my soul. I feel her, I see her, the sun caught in her raven hair is blazing in me out of all control. Like fire, hellfire, this fire in my skin, this burning desire is turning me to sin. It's not my fault. I'm not to blame. It is the gypsy girl, the witch, who sent this flame. It's not my fault. If in God's plan, He made the devil so much stronger than a man. Protect me, Maria. Don't let this siren cast her spell. Don't let her fire sear my flesh and bone. Destroy Esmeralda and let her taste the fires of hell, or else let her be mine and mine alone.
Minister Fuller, the gypsy has escaped.
What?
She's nowhere in the cathedral. She's gone.
Never mind. Get out, you idiot. I'll find her. I'll find her if I have to burn down all of Paris. Hellfire, dark fire. Now, gypsy, it's your turn. Choose me or your pyre. Be mine or you will burn. God have mercy on her. God have mercy on me. But she will be mine, or she will burn.
Wow, Joe, I think I lost my breath on that one.
Yeah. I didn't
That
know
was
the song, but I
amazing.
knew it was over after that.
Right?
Thank you.
Right, exactly. No, I remember that song. It is a powerful one, and you did it
Great,
really
great
well.
finale.
It's really, it's more for a baritone, and I'm a tenor, but I have a good range, so I
You
thought I'd
sounded
try
amazing.
it.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, I just went at the end. Yeah, thank you, Joe. That was awesome.
Thank you.
All right. You're able to stick around for one more?
Yes.
Okay, and then I thought what I'd do is after your next one, if you want to just introduce, at least you don't have to stay if you can't, but if you want to introduce the song of you and your dad singing, I really wanted to play that one tonight too. I love it. You guys are so cute. Just wait, you guys will see.
Thank you.
Yep. All right. Okay, well, how about this, Joe? Are you okay if people in the chat put in requests and you can pick the one you want to do?
Sure.
All right.
If
great.
I know it, I'll do it.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. There you go. If you have a request for Joe, let him know and he'll pick the one he wants to do out of those requests. Okay. All right. Thanks to everybody being here and hanging out. Appreciate it, everyone. And Brad, you are next.
All right, here we go. This is a new one on my channel.
Then the rainstorm came over me, and felt my spirit break. I had lost all of my belief, you see, and realized my mistake. But time threw a prayer to me, and all around me became still. I need love, love's divine. Please forgive me now, I see that I've been blind. Give me love, love is what I need to help me know my name. Through the rainstorm came sanctuary, and I felt my spirit fly. I had found all of my reality. I realized what it takes, 'cause I need love, love's divine. Please forgive me now, I see that I've been blind. Give me love, love is what I need to help me know my name. Oh, don't beg, don't break. Show me how to live and promise me you won't forsake. 'Cause love can help me know my name. Well, I try to say there's nothing wrong, but inside I felt me lying all alone. But the message here was plain to see. Cause I need love, love's divine. Please forgive me now, I see that I've been blind. Give me love, love is what I need to help me know my name. Oh, don't bend, don't break. Show me how to live and promise me you won't forsake. 'Cause love can help me know my name. Love can help me know my name.
Bravo, Brad.
Thank you.
Really well done, Brad. That was awesome.
Nicely done, yes.
I've said this before, but you have such a way of conveying emotion with your voice that
I love that.
you take us on a journey like every time.
I do like the drama songs.
There we go. Truth comes out. Oh, that's awesome, Brad. Thank you.
Oh, it's always it's funny. Like I'll be at karaoke and I'll ask for requests. Some people are like, "How about some Bob Dylan?" And I'm like, "Really?" I could.
You're like, wait a minute. Yeah.
I'm not sure it's playing to my strengths, but
Right. But I bet you're a
Yeah.
good sport about it anyway.
yeah.
Yeah, Brad, tell us again when you do your live streams.
So I do mine Sundays at noon Central. Normally I go noon to 4, but I've been going noon to 3 because I've had to leave to work around 3. But it's been a great
I
turnout
thought it was
and fun
Sundays.
people.
I come over and catch when I can, and it's great because there's a good mix of like familiar faces and some people that I don't really see other places.
Yeah.
So that's nice.
What's fun is when it's not always the same people. So
yeah,
it's a chance for
merge,
some
right?
Yeah.
That's the way to go. That's why we're stronger together and why we're always sharing links here, for, supporting everybody and networking out. Yeah, awesome, Brad. Thank you for that. Okay. All right. I'm going to go ahead and pull up a video and then we'll get right back into it. Steve-O, you will be after the video if you have another song. And this next one is by Lady Campion. It's her cover of Deep in the Dark, which is a song from Charlotte's Web. And I believe in the video, at least some, if not all of the footage is video that she took near her. So pretty cool. All right, here we go.
I love her voice.
Now is the hour when frogs and thrushes praise the world from the woods and rushes. Sleep, my love, sleep, my only deep in the dark. Fragile and magical shadows silently start to appear. Lovely and lyrical, silvery miracle, Charlotte's Web. Carefully spinning her tracings, lacy and gracefully sheer. Over and under the infinite wonder of Charlotte's Web. Why is she spinning and weaving away all night long? What is she trying so hard to convey with her silent song? Sometimes when somebody loves you, miracles somehow appear, and there in the warp and the woof is the proof of it, Charlotte's Web.
That was great. I love her voice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know her voice is amazing, and she's a wonderful person, and I love her songs. I like that she's creating music of her own as well, which is pretty awesome.
I like singing duets with her.
Yeah,
that was
I
a
love when you do
perfect
that
song
too.
for her.
Yep. Yeah, she has a great voice.
Yeah, she's doing collabs and everything out there. So
yeah, shout out
very
to
talented.
Charlotte's Web. One of the two stories when you're a little kid that's always a test to see if you cry. That one,
Right.
and Where the Red Fern Grows.
Yes,
And
those
Old
are
Yeller.
Christmas. Old Yeller.
Old Yeller.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Old Yeller.
And Old Yeller.
Mhm.
But
Yeah,
I
there's a few
guess
others I can
I
think
always
of.
think of the movie Stripes when Bill Murray is saying, "Okay, who didn't
Let's
cry
go.
when Old Yeller got shot?"
I guess those were movies, but
Wayne, cut it out.
yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Really well done, Lady C. And, she does her on Tuesdays. I got to make sure I have the right day now. On Tuesdays, she does her dinner music. And those live streams are one of my favorite hours. Sometimes we get her to go a little longer of the week, really. Like her music is so. She does a great job of, sometimes she does themes, but just picking in general an amazing mix of music. And a lot of them are songs that I know, but I've forgotten that I know. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or like, and it's just really fun to be reminded of them. And she sounds incredible on every single one. So yeah, if you're not subbed, you're definitely
And she
missing out. What are you
introduces you to
thinking?
songs you never knew.
Right.
Yeah.
And go check out her live streams. I will see you there on Tuesdays. Okay. Yeah, well said, Brad. All right. So we're gonna jump back into this rotation with you, Steve-O.
All right. So this is gonna be my last one. I'm gonna drop down after this.
Okay. Yeah, this
one-
will probably be the last rotation. Yeah, I think we'll only have time for one more,
Okay.
but we'll see. Yeah, go ahead.
All right.
Go ahead.
Well, this one's Ray Price. So I'm going to throw in a little bit of harmonica with it. So here we go. I couldn't sleep last night, just walked the floor. Don't know how I'll stand this anymore. Lonely all the time since I lost you. Received your invitation to the blues. Don't know why you cause me such pain. I just hope I never go through this much again. Thanks for sending something I can't use. Receive your invitation to the blues. You took the laughter from this world of mine. Thanks to you, the sun will never shine. Walk the floor so much, wore out my shoes. Receive your invitation to the blues. I don't know why you caused me such pain. I just hope I never go through this much again. Lonely me, I don't know what to do. Received your invitation to the blues. Received your invitation to the blues.
Great song, Steve-O.
Thank you. Well,
Uncle
thank
Ray,
you.
Lawrence says. Mhm.
Appreciate you having me up.
Great
and
job.
I will see
Yeah.
you later.
Great
Thank you,
job,
Steve-O.
Steve-O.
Have a good night.
All right.
Great job.
I'll be out in the chats. Y'all take care.
All right, awesome. Okay. Let's see. I think that we are to Music Man next.
Yep.
And Ricardo, much love to you. Thank you for coming by. It is always good to see you. Ricardo is someone I've known for way back when, and always it's good to see you, Ricardo. It's like just makes me smile. Hope you're doing well. Much love to you and your family. That's right, Lisa. Okay. All right. Let me go ahead and pull this up.
What do you want to
no
use?
clickins.
ZZ Top or Whitesnake?
Ooh.
ZZ Top
What do you think, panel?
is Thank You, and Whitesnake is This Love.
Let's do ZZ Top.
Yeah, I like ZZ Top.
Mm-hmm.
They definitely rock for three guys.
That's right, Wayne.
See it? You got it? Let's do it.
I do not see it back there yet. Did you share it?
Oh, you're right. I didn't share it. That would help.
Well, then that is why I do not see it. So at least we're on the same page.
No, I was.
Yeah, is it right now, Rick? Prayers for you.
I was tricking you.
You did it well.
All right.
All right, here we go.
All right. Bring it to. Didn't have to do love me like you did, but you did, and I thank you. Yeah, you didn't have to love me like you did, but you did. I thank you. But you took my love to someone else. I wouldn't know what it meant to be loved to death. You made me feel like I never felt. Kisses so good I had to holler for help. You didn't have to squeeze it, but you did, but you did, but you did. And I thank you. You didn't have to hold it, but you did, but you did, but you did. And I thank you. Every day was something new. You put on your bag and you find to do. You got me trying new things too, just so I can keep up with you. Yeah, yeah. Shake it, but you did. Yeah, you did what you did. And I thank you. Yeah, you didn't have to make it like you did. But you did what you did. And I thank you. Yeah, all my life I've been shortchanged. With that love, baby, it's a crying shame. But now I know what the fella's talking about. Hear me say that they've been turned out. I wanna thank you. Yeah, 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 yeah, yeah. So we'll throw that
Awesome.
copy out.
That was great.
Wow.
No, that was great, Music Man.
Yeah, I just didn't like the way they did the song. Brad, you do that song?
I don't have it.
Okay. Yeah, that one wasn't so good.
I only have 480 songs. I don't have that.
That's about what I got. That's about what I got on my chart. That's about what
when
I
you get up
sang.
to 1,000, let me know.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, and the problem is I'm also redoing my old one, so it's like, you know.
Yeah,
Brad's a hard worker.
It's time consuming.
Brad
It's
is
a lot of work.
Yeah, he's a hard worker, and he's going back. All I do is delete mine. He's going back and correcting them because he wants them to be right. But yeah. So if you ever get a chance to do that, I think I'm going to do like a ZZ Top concert. I think this week I'm going to do like 10 ZZ Top songs in a row.
Great.
Because they're awesome.
Great idea.
All right.
All right. Thank you for that.
I'm gonna back out. Right. We're done for the night.
Yeah, I think this is the last rotation, I believe. So thank you so much for coming up, Music Man. I appreciate it.
Peace to the world.
That's right. Peace to the world.
Thank you.
All right, Ken, you are up next. And I see your song back here. Anything you want to share about this before you play it?
This is another one that I wrote and then used AI to put it into music.
Okay. All right. And I am going to be listening, but I will step away for a moment during the song. So chit chat for a few. Maybe, Joe, you can look over the requests and see if anybody else has put some in before I'm back. And I will be back as soon as possible.
The only one I saw was for
Amazing Grace. Yeah, I saw that one too. That's a good one. Okay, here we go. A timeless love story in verse. Whispers of Forever.
In the quiet of the evening, with stars softly aglow, your tender touch finds me where only dreams dare to go. Through your eyes I see the stories of every hidden side. Melissa, you're my anchor beneath the endless sky. Every moment feels like home in the light of your embrace. In a world that's ever changing, it's only you I chase. Melissa, you know me better than I know myself. In your whisper, I find the warmth of eternal wealth. Together we're an echo, timeless and bright. Melissa and Ken, forever wrapped in love's light. With each step we walk as one, through tales untold. Your laughter is a melody, a love that makes me bold. Every glance a promise, every smile a key, unlocking dreams and wonders, only you and me. In the rhythm of your heart, I find my steady song. With you, Melissa, I know where I belong. Melissa, you know me better than I know myself. In your whisper, I find the warmth of eternal wealth. Together we're an echo, timeless and bright. Melissa and Ken, forever wrapped in love's light. With each step we walk as one, through tales untold. Your laughter is a melody, a love that makes me bold. Ever we're an echo, timeless and bright. Melissa and Ken, forever wrapped in love's light. In the rhythm of your heart, I find a steady song. With you, Melissa, I know where I belong. Melissa, you know me better than I know myself. In your whisper, I find the warmth of eternal wealth. Together we're an echo, timeless and bright. Melissa and Ken, forever wrapped in love's light.
You're right. Great lyrics.
Appreciate that.
Sounded good.
Yeah. That sounded real good.
We have two Indies.
Yeah, we do. Which one's the real one?
One's yelling, and then one is just speaking.
One has to be a clone.
You got the yelling Indy now. I like that. Maybe it's like Wicked Blue or whatever. No, I had to be away from my computer for a minute, so I'm running amok, but just for a few minutes, and so I jumped in on my cell phone too. Okay, thank you very much. That was awesome, Ken.
All right. I'm gonna hop down, but I will be in chat.
Yeah,
Okay.
awesome. Thank you for being here. All right, who is up next? I think it must be you, Joe.
Yeah. And the only request was Amazing Grace, so I can sing that a cappella so you don't have to share anything.
Oh, okay. There we go. All right, well then I'm gonna mute and get you in the right layout and go for it.
All right. Thank you. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now am found. Was blind, but now I see. 'Twas grace that taught my heart to fear, and grace my fears relieved. How precious did that grace appear, the hour I first believed. When we've been there 10,000 years, bright shining as the sun, we've no less days to sing God's praise than when we first begun. There you go.
Really beautiful, Joe, especially a cappella. I love that. Good request.
Thank you.
Very nice.
Okay,
Appreciate
we're
it.
gonna pull up this song you sing with your dad. You want to tell us anything about the song or about him before we play
Well,
it?
my dad's 95 going on 96. He'll be 96 in September. And we chose to sing the song Sing that the Carpenters are known for as a duet. So that's what we're doing here.
So I have to say one of my favorite things, just to point out, hopefully you guys can hear me, is look at their facial expressions. You guys make the same facial expressions and mannerisms, and I just love it. It's the cutest thing.
I was
All right,
trying
here
to
we go.
copy him.
Oh, perfect. Here we go.
Sing a song, sing out loud,
Sing out strong, Sing of good things not bad. Sing of happy, not sad. Sing a song. Make it simple to last your whole life long. Don't worry that it's not good enough for anyone else to hear. Sing a song. La 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 la. Sing a song. Let the world sing along. Sing of love that could be. Sing for you and for me. Sing a song. Make it simple to last your whole life long. Don't worry that it's not good enough for anyone else to hear. Sing a song. Sing a song. Sing a song. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la.
I just love it. It's so great.
I don't know how many more chances I get to sing with him, but I'm going to try to do as many as I can.
Yeah.
That
I
was
love
great.
that.
Thank you.
What did I do? Hold on, let's remove the yelling Indy. There we go. Yeah, that was fantastic.
Thank you.
Okay, I hope you got to see some of these comments. I couldn't highlight them, but both songs were beautiful and really well done. Okay,
And speaking
I'm
of
just catching up here a little bit.
90, of course I had to change my song after that one. That one just totally took me back to growing up and watching a lot of Sesame Street and loving that song. And
We were talking about Sesame Street earlier in the stream.
here's another one that takes me back to Muppet days.
Okay, love it. Thanks, Brad.
And we've got to enjoy Willie while we can. Willie Nelson.
Why are there so many songs about rainbows? And what's on the other side? Rainbows are visions, but only illusions. And rainbows have nothing to hide. So we've been told, and some choose to believe it. I know they're wrong, wait and see. Someday we'll find it, the rainbow connection, the lovers, the dreamers, and me. Who said that every wish
would be heard and answered when wished on the morning star. Somebody thought of that and someone believed it. Look what it's done so far. And what's so amazing that keeps us stargazing? And what do you think you might see? Someday we'll find it, the rainbow connection, the lovers, the dreamers, and me, all of us under its spell. We know that it's probably magic. Have you been half asleep, and have you heard voices? I've heard them calling my name. Is this the sweet sound that calls the young sailors? The voice might be one in the same. I've heard it too many times to ignore it. It's something that I'm supposed to be. Someday we'll find it, the rainbow connection, the lovers, the dreamers, and me.
That was awesome, Brad. I love that song. Who doesn't, you know?
Right.
I mean, it's just one of those songs that you got to kind of smile when you hear
Well,
it.
it's like, how am I going to follow Amazing Grace?
Right? Like Kermit. Apparently that's the solution. I think you're biting your tongue about some comment you wanted to say about that one, Brad.
No, well, it started, so I have a version of Amazing Grace by Willie Nelson. So I was like, oh, Willie Nelson. Then
Yeah.
Rainbow
No, it was
Connection,
beautiful.
so.
It was really beautifully done. Thank you, Brad. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and pull up a song. Blue, good timing. Glad you're back. Ricky, who was up here earlier, Anything is Possible, Ricky, he had requested this song, and he shared another video, but I need to check it out, and I didn't have time to before. So I know that I love this version of this song, and hopefully I'll play Ricky's next week. But this is Blue Unicorn's version of They Don't Care About Us, of course, by Michael Jackson. And while this is going, I'm going to add the names of everybody who sent donations and support. Thank you, everybody. And I will put your names on the wheel and see who gets the custom emoji for next week. All right, so here we go. Let's see how Blue unicornized this. I love it.
situation, aggravation, everybody allegation in the suite on the news, everybody dog food, bang bang, shot dead, everybody's gone mad. I wanna say they don't really care about us. All I wanna say is they don't really care about us. Beat me, hate me, you can never break me, will me, thrill me, you can never kill me, chew me, sue me, everybody do me, kick me, kike me, don't you black or white me. I'm trying to say they don't really care about us. All I wanna say is they don't really care about us. Tell me what became of my life. I have a wife and 2 children who love me, and I'm the victim of police brutality. I'm tired of being the victim of hate. You're raping me and my pride, oh, for God's sake. I look to heaven to fulfill this prophecy. All I wanna say is they don't really care about us. All I wanna say is they don't really care about us. Skinhead, deadhead, everybody's gone bad. Trepidation, speculation, everybody allegation in the suite, in the news, everybody dog food, black man, blackmail, throw the brother in jail. Trying to say they don't really care about us. All I'm trying to say is they don't really care about us. Tell me what has become of my rights. Am I invisible cause you ignore me? The proclamation promised me liberty. I'm tired of being the victim of shame. They're throwing me in a class with a bad name. I can't believe this is the land from where I came. Skinhead, deadhead, everybody trash me. You can never trash me, hit me, kick me, you'll never get me. I'm trying to say they don't really care about us. All I wanna say is they don't really care about us. You know I really do hate to say it, government doesn't want to see. But if Roosevelt was living, he'd put all the Japanese people in internment camps. Because that's the whole point, is that all I'm trying to say is they don't really care about us. All I'm trying to say is they don't really care about us. All I want to say is they don't really care about us. All I'm trying to say is they don't really care about us. Some things in life they just don't want to say. But if Martin Luther was living, he'd never let this be. No, he would not. Skinhead, deadhead, everybody's gone bad. Situation, segregation, everybody allegation in the suite on the news. Everybody's dog food, kick me, kike me, don't you wrong or right me. I'm trying to say they don't care about us. All I'm trying to say is they don't really care about us. All I'm trying to say is they don't really care about us. What I want to say is they don't really care about us. They say all the nice things, everything you want to hear, and you eat it all up. But you know what? They don't really care about us. Every single campaign season, every time you see advertisements on the news saying, oh, we care, everybody cares, you know what? They don't really care about us. All I want to say is they don't really care about us. All I'm trying to say is they don't really care about us. All I'm trying to say is they don't really care about us.
Absolutely love that, Blue. It's probably my favorite version of that song.
It was really good.
Have Michael Jackson beat on that one. I really like it. Well done. Okay, it is time to spin that wheel. Thank you so much to everybody who has donated. I really appreciate your guys' support. I hope you all know I'm not in this for the money, but I do appreciate the support for the time put in, and it is appreciated over here. It's well needed. It's well used. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and spin, and we'll see who gets a custom emoji for next week. And if you already have an emoji, I have some ideas for what we might do instead. All right, here we go. All right, Snooks. Okay, I think she already took off for the night to go to bed, but Snooks, I will be in touch with you so we can figure out something custom that we can do. Oops, what did I do? I think oh, no, there we go. I'm just on the wrong page. All right, I'm back. All right, awesome, Snooks. And thank you again to everybody for your support. And thank you. I know not everybody can give, and I appreciate those of you who support in other ways. I know each of you pretty well who are here. And more than anything, I'm just grateful to know you and to have you in my life, and for the support you share by showing up here every week or when you can. And for you lurkers, much love to you as well. And for those of you who are replayers, I appreciate you as well. If you want to leave a comment and let me know that you listened, I always appreciate that too. And I'm sure I'll be seeing all of you around these YouTube streets somewhere soon. We do have one final song we'll end with. And I just had a really great night tonight, you guys. So thank you to everyone who's been here up on panel and in chat. Any final
Always a
thoughts from
pleasure.
anyone? Yeah, anyone on panel before we shift gears?
No, I've just really enjoyed the mix of people and songs, and hearing songs I haven't heard before, and I really enjoy the way you highlight other artists and videos and introduce them. So
Great, thank you. Thanks for that feedback. I'm always kind of thinking of changing some things up here and there, and we might do that. But I am really hoping to also do either a members only and or a Indy Go Ask Indy stream again, because I really like both of those and I haven't had a chance to do it. You guys know that we moved and we're a month in and we still have piles of stuff everywhere. So, I kind of feel like those will come when I get more things under control here. But with homeschooling and everything else, it's just it's controlled chaos. It's like herding cats.
Yep.
But
just wanted to remind people that right now, anyway, I'm not doing open mic shows. I'm just doing concerts. But in time, I will probably do invite onlys where I have other people join me. So.
All right, that's awesome. Yeah.
And then I have my Bible studies on Wednesdays.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Emojis, we don't need no stinking emojis. Sure we do. I say they're like emoji glyphs here on YouTube because so many people use them for different meanings and significance.
Yeah, I know.
Yep. Thank you to all of my mods for everything you guys have done. I really appreciate you all being here and keeping an eye on the chat and slinging links and just being here in general. So thanks. Okay, all right. This last
show, Indy, and I just wanted to thank you for building community the way that you are. Thanks everybody that supports Indy's channel. I think she's doing a great job. And
thank you, JM.
Everyone has a great weekend.
Appreciate it. And JM, thank you so much for being here. You and Bran, I couldn't do it without you guys helping share videos and everything. So thank you very much. And you always come through in a pinch, and I appreciate it. Okay. Thank you, Eimer. Thanks, Camelia. All right, this last song is by Donna Mitchell, composer, and this is her cover of Come Thou Fount, one of my favorite hymns. Here we go.